man, Mr. Kofi Granting, incoming president, His Excellency, also Mema Wakwawa.
Kofi na ye, minia. Ernest, ichia, weti for ne wafefo. Ene Ghana for, MPP for, NDC for, Cheddar for, Chemantin for, Ubia wahebia, we Ghana ni nkwa de, ene eda se wonso. Waba efidi kesi so. Na yenua Ernest so amaya kwenya se yenum emedi nkomo. Nti akese ne na ase akese ye de fa brown so na yaba nti ene de se de mo be posa me bia no me so yaba se ye be som nti we de madaroma
ne me so me gina adofo ne atiefo nyina nanim ede agye wakwa abansem na atum na yada wase se onso ewie watwe aben se ubebie niam bi so ene ede a kire yen se be ya mfie kakra na ase mfie aka wo yanim no yeso ibenya fa hodi ana ase bi nyampuntu e wo yasetenam yeso yada wase bebre se ewie wase wo mre na o man Ghana ho donti wato ayewa
yada se enyemre say ye koye nti ibishia de Ghana no hu hia nti obia o ha bia enyemre say kra especially for me media emede menya nkade bia menya akwanya sei na me Ghana for youth edinkomo nti emede se maba
yes that's okay ibeshase na edikan no epese ibehu nipa ya ne bedinkomo yi oda adaka kesim obebo ni din a kire ni nipa ban a oye se onokra one hwan na
yo Ernest Mr. Medase bofrem Kofi Granting wo me wo Ghana Kolebu na me school wo Agri Memorial International wo Ghana Broadcasting Chenkpe wo Ringway no so na me University Primary wo Cape Coast na me Garrison Primary wo Kumasi na me Adisado College wo Cape Coast na me London Southgate College wo Enfield na me New York University wo New York. Most of my life no New York no matna. My background in engineering and finance. My pro bono work kakra abwa Ghana fo ene won asetena mu nsam. Me sanso ye proxy for Ghana fo woyare obi yare na se obi obe trust no ode ne life fashion nsa say eba ne say mimu a wona say we make decision eba ne say eno na me ye wo New York magana fu bebre masang so aye enyuma bi wo Ghana me na me de toll systems ba Ghana me de ba Ghana ye be ye proposal ma government ofemu oyi mu bi ode bi ye adwuma wan fa bi anya adwuma Ghana Oil and Gas Expo. Yeah, the bar Ghana be propose ma Ghana. One fanya juma. Yeah, so near be recommendations for tax system as I say will change. Say na ebe include Ghana for penny for the one we near sika won't share taxes. P wo honoma Ernest won't share taxes and no crack count in Ghana for watching. Inti ye be chese na Ghana for a bank between aye na we between taxes and also we be film one fine now me also na me CEO of an organization be a friend of Progressive Alliance Movement at the Electoral Commission and the Attorney General court to say as I say Ghana for our because what do over $6 billion about Ghana every year. As the one man wants to get involved in the affairs of Ghana, and wants to meet to a ban we power wants to pay because a DDJ yaw. It is what all that money by Ghana now want to me in near part of the voting blocker. As a usika de pen so wadwene de yempe nti eno so yedi nkunim ma High Court of Ghana Commissioner Attorney General say won't implement Representation of the People's Amendment Act of Europa besine wonfanya adwuma ye NDC ba no adada ye MPP ba no adada ye personally Mahama Ba Worcester America September 2014 no bɛka se ɔbɛma ayɛ adwuma na me wo hobby ɛnyɛ sɛ obi se wama anyɛ adwuma besi ne ɔresan pere sɛ ɔbɛba bio nti ɛno no yɛ ɔno ne hintidua kɛse a yɛde si n'anim sɛ wɔanni w'asɛm so as a president nti you don't have the character to qualify to be a president period. So
okay even that was it. Mr. Kofi what the did actually the form was here I think say the one said there yɛka Mr. Kofi Korantia ne nipa ban ne dwumadi a osi n'ani so sɛsia dwumadi bɛn na esi w'ani so sɛ wopɛ sɛ ana enti a awia wo ne di ahyiamu botae bi si w'ani so.
Yes, botae si m'ani so tiatia and say Ernest Ghana asɛe akyea bebree na emu yɛ na before ebebu no because ebua wɔn a wɔbɛsuffer the most ɛyɛ youth mmabunu any future wɔ Ghana mɛmɛpɛ sɛ mmabunu nya future wɔ Ghana ɛbɛdan na yɛtumi ama mmabunu anya future ɛsɛ sɛ yɛ build a new paradigm. Now, the basis of a new paradigm and as I say, you change your own constitution, number one. Number two, as I say, you eradicate corruption. Corruption, yeah, 3 to 4 billion.
Mpacho, inchawano, yebebaho. Na, mitio ya upese ujina as a candidate, right? For presidential. We are candidate.
You.
Okay, thank you. Sana no. Okay.
Presidential hopeful.
Okay.
You. Minyan call ballot so yeah. Technically, you want to me and refer to me as a candidate.
Candidate, but, of course.
But me a presidential hopeful.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Kofi Mpacho. Yes, Ghana abatwa ana presidential seat na NDC wo chiniye. Ya mo careless MPP was no mo careless mpacha o bibi sa ejina ho ma o se obi ehunu sa amfonyini na be hu se opanyin Kofi Korantin na ni su ade ehunu a person de bebo o my Ghana ntino me nto abanfama no
yendeni you oja sa ye be show kata hye ne proye na ewo ho no ye de be show sa ne mani na afi ho na ya build a totally new Ghana nti na you oja
nti o symbol ana say o logo oja nti obi hu say oja ba bia oja wo bia no Mr. Kofi Korantin
Kofi wo ho oja no wa Kofi sa
okay that's okay nia edi ho no mpese mi biebie niam bia eda me mani so ana se nia nkoma me ne adofo bi nim adi adwin bia menya ebeboa wo wana muntu awutu ebeboa oman Ghana ji a omo beje watum na me pese mi bisa wo bi edi nkan no se yehwa oman Ghana constitution ni kire se gold bauxite manganese timber ewo oman ni no yo oman na japade but asase na ewo no so Ghana eni asase ewo ho asase ni individuals on ahemfo obinim de and so yet to go di e de kwa yemnya akande emfa community and region bia. You say ahemfofo enye amanyosem. Nti yeka ahemfofo say you say yenya amanyosem aban no to good na aban no say ahemfofo no to good no. Sesia wo pese wo beye as a president. Me pacho when akwanya ne ahemfofo a omo wo Ghana na dudu bi ma anant atena se e de wani su ade ene obotae bi ato omo anim na wabisa kwan a omo fa so to gold e wo mo nsa ase so a royalty no aban ne fa na communities no omo ntimi develop no wanya kwan ne ahemfofo no to sa na mo na
mene ahemfo bi akasa eno sunti na me wo policy say yen ye ba yebetua ahemfo ka because ahemfo one lifestyle na a liability but as I say yen na Ghana for yet as I say one pageantry any idea will showcase a part of young culture na a benefit Ghana na enso yentua wonka so inti na eba na say Ernest ubenyo hini bi te say honest Ernest Osei enso na Ernest Osei no ne kuma mu no opese odi ni ne nkrofo so but na Ernest inkosua senia wochiche nipa wochiche among ejapade onsua ye enso ono na ahenni ni besi ne so nti obesi ne so a good as Ernest ye no ontumi manage ne estate no na say so nti na yenye be ne say ohini bia no ese ufura wontama wotena wapaka mu ukogua mu ubogua wo ye niama bebre yenye be ma osika for sa niama na emom in say na wo beti responsibility na se no so no wo be release wo administrative power eye insase ni ade a wo wote so na wontumi mfanye bribia no wo be release ni na to the government ni ye dia ye dwuma in agriculture sa proceeds ni bi na yedi betua okan because we will need know-how you will never based on wo ahini no wo hia sika because ye de wo budget ye fan say bia ohini a owo enyaduam wo asante enye na afe ni otumfo wo ne budget ye fan say so otumfo budget ye 10 cedis a ohini a owo enyaduam budget baby a 1 cedi ye de kansemo ye behwe wa ahini no so ene wo chieftaincy no responsibility I want na dia to scan
resources na
sanity na mom once asenne ne resources e wo mu no senia wo nkoton emobi na won abuse nti ye be ma specialist a what the competence are ye train won na wo ba be handle.
Okay, me that's it. Okay, and Ceciara, I want to miss one question back to Bibisa. Okay, Yakoba baby, a mini free air Doma is I say a honor. I see or side for Nanajman Baduna, a assassin. Nanso, Okwa, Kurono, Timamufono war, or Monan assassin or Modier, and or Henene Dano. Intis Okobase Wutia. Ahemfofo ne ka na yena nsase Ernest na asase mi 1 acre land aban beji me so aban no oba obeye me dan
Yo na tene say menua development na akachi inti na obia claim asase say eye major pade memfa mo bia because nipa na wote asase no so no wonya development wonni resources so na ban ye na sede no wasisi adan and at some point meka niama ehuhia omangama kyerɛw but why is that resources na manipa na won ho san won ho to won na one lives to make us one mako school papa or healthcare one year no mo one na fam ni ade a emma anije bama nkrofo kra be release one nsase say government Where ye juma padia any fansasi na mayeng returns are consistent to young lifestyle. And no na government in ye yintina tembia no land grabbing no I aggressive. No. The moment a government step in or ye or take care. Na hina no peso ye juma. Nana, what way? Ernest, Sanka, what to one and was sung every month be an own quage man. I'll be so bad chilling why Sana telling, well, nipa naturally no ye lazy by design. Inti obia pa hoto. Inti government na nunti ni ye a high government to say, omra no ma omangama inya hoto. But onyesa, obewia omangama. Inti ama omangama ne who say, we have to fight for ourselves. Yes, we'll be in hope fight amay. Until the moment I will be in, now we to make sure genuinely say we'll fight among the dynamic, mental dynamics, it changes. They release for you to take over. Sanity will be a will be as.
Okay. Me answer na me questions in frame na aka one. Me pese me bi say we pen with the floor na ma. Na afi wa flow. U flow. Me pese ubeko theory already 80 to 90%. But practical aspect no eno na ehia me wo hanne.
Anything.
Plus practical aspect make a practical aspect na. Niema ese udi gu kwan mu. Ema amanfo ebe votu e di amawo.
No problem.
Ya ekoso niema bebre ekokokoso wonso ne oni mfa ho no yesi binim di nipa binim fi ba bi aba niema bebre ne oni mfa ho no obeka strategy a opesa ode ma yentimamfo no so ya fam bia ye play say e bia me Ernest ma koto aba ma wona me hu say voting no say Kofi quarantine ye boboye na aba udini obekọ ho e di amai na me question a me pese nka me di twato no I think say adofo na eba ni ntino de me jaa ma na achiri no masan de afam na yakọ
You,
ntino so ba start e free di training e di aba nka mani beji
you, anything. Auntie, open say me na me frɛ wɔn ana.
No, me pese me chere say di ntura na e kɔ no nimdie kakra wo fa ho say di ntura na e kɔ sen utimi visite some places binim ehu say na di ntura na e kɔ
registration na
registration
yeah wo ho experience and it's that our friend the electoral commission where nebotaya or the ho near yendi yetu obia for no say wunni aban mu Ernest with near yehu since 2019 best say ye be rally nkrofo say one ko ba bia wo betumi vote no no ko vote wo hwe ne si na no wo South Africa ANC for voter wonya best 40% no from one traditional 75 plus no nipa pi buafu won nkrofo pi wo on the registration one a register se wo beto aba nso no one ankoto aba nti ho amanfa so nti ne ye pese ye ka kire obi an say the most important step first they say fa ho ko hye abato homa no so ko register so as far as say any electoral commission be call back and forth the young ye be and de but ono na say okura power no nti no person ye bi obeye nti yende youth ne reka kire won na de bia meka sa asemi say ye ni bre say ye ne electoral commission ba be ko say say ye win aba na youth no ho to won nti ye nyansa ne say nia wo be ya wo be call list no so na bre no du a wo be kwa ko vote no eno pe ne hia sisi because electoral commission no pe no be ye we den wontumi control because external forces be wo Inti one a yen one here, a yen waka. Hopefully, no. Was yensa to registration bill, which I believe so. Saturday by your or Chinechi, your inauguration, you become one some so.
Okay. Yeah, that's it. Enti ye flow saa no na ne metro ama flow no obi a wo question bi bisa efa nsɛm a yɛn ankasa yɛ de hyɛ aka ho na wabisa question afa ho ama no na nkyerɛmu bi wɔ hɔ a wɔde ama wo no nea wonto ho ase na afi akyerɛ mu nti bɛhyɛ ase free Oliver mama pɔrɔ na deɛ mpakyɛ wobɛgyina so kakra ma yɛ because woyɛ party member.
Honorable, me pacho akwa babiem.
Kofi dini e Kofi, why honorable no mo kana me ho kekam. Nti mama ka honorable. Kofi.
No problem.
Simple.
Kofi. Yo me pacho ye ma wakwa babiem.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it.
O miya din komo kakra sisi ya no. Na o ka se oba obetua hemfoka. Na frititi nyina regarding 92 constitution, you know. Yet na ye yawen so say ahemfo no omo royalty tax being in the mining sector, oil and gas sector, which is western region no no omutua de mahemfo.
Sorry
but
for
at
that.
the end of the day, omo render but at the end of the day,
But when no kasa omu to no mai.
At the end of the day,
Oliver kasa.
Omo render any accountability to yen youth na ye wo won cross no mudi yeso no. Omo render accountability bi amfa ma yen. Ahimfo tons ase ni nyina effort to be part of their royalties. But at the end of the omo ton na omo disika no. Enti wo ba konya so about you paying them also no. Dear bad na obeye dia fa saa de ne ho. So omo je saa tax income no. Omo ton saase. Enso ye hu mfaso di efiri no ho aba. Nti dear bad na obeye dia fa ho de ama ye.
Yo minia medase. Na ye ba be ye me de say wo enlisted niam bi a wo ye. Enu nti na ye take over. Ye take over, anya say ye take over na ye tua won ka na ye gya won say mo betumi aton won saase, mo betumi edi so aduan, mo betumi aye na mo pede bi. Ye no won tena ho ahihye say ye hwe bibia si say na okay since the inception of young independence here. Trends nature say ahemfo no have not been successful managing young estates. Where and sasina what dosun would didison. Inti ni na no reba to the management of the state. Young ye bear accountability ama Ghanaians. Ene ahemfo. No beer who be beer pefe, no beer who say sikei na yere tewama. But to do that and also we will release that responsibility of management, you know. Obi obeka say on release, you know. Emra yede bema no na say wudi so. But minye ni say samra no ubetumi edi so because we fault tape ebe how papa. Well, inti ebeye to the obia benefit say what be release sa responsibility na ama the state. In this case, you know, ebeye local government. Na yen ebeye sa hihye no. Inti tize na okay say wonya accountability inti what tongues say aye hu sa ne mani na ye ye fim. Insa se ton ne ade ni na no wo asase na ye wode but before wo beto no wo beton no as say wo be je a bill from the government, normal approval. Na asase no wo access na utua ho taxes. Nti okay say Kofi me wo fa bi rechem asase 200 acres. Order ma 50 cedis because we ne wo fa asenti order ma 50 cedis no wo ya access asase na 250 acres na current price and the debate assess taxes. Even though we were on 50 cedis a month because all of us and ube chia a home taxes as they would chia neko government or the state ho won't men tongue the keke. So they say inti side changes now yet ban inti no everybody will be inclined to say when the government be a juma. You see now Kobana said government are neglect ahemfo no bebree wɔn nyinaa koraa nyɛ bebree nti wɔn nyinaa no na ɛsɛ wɔhuru si ade no mu no wɔ start so wɔbɛ make money wɔbɛ find way but wɔn nim yɛ ɛnyɛ wɔn adwuma no nti wɔn asɛe nneɛma bebree wɔn mu pii no nti yɛn yɛba ne yɛ abɛ structure nneɛma na wɔn nso ahemfo no nyinaa nso bɛyɛ ex officio members of local council executive structure no nti wɔkɔ meeting bia as I say yɛ dɔ kwan ho yɛ parks yɛ projects bi wɔ ha ne ade wɔtim bi nti wɔhu so the way I yɛba bɛyɛ ne sɛ mempɛ sɛ meka kɔ akyi because when you say questions ne bɛba but ne yɛba bɛyi saa MMDCs nom ne saa nkɔfo no na because wɔn wɔdi sika wɔn ma wɔn sika wɔnyɛ accountability ne yɛ set up a new regional executive what you be operating it to say now Fortune 500 companies. So nti e ho no nanane timu bi as a head and so or oni power say or power say bi o kire na dwene ne ade but executive decisions na no make your regional executives wo ha nkrowa hyehyɛ region na si na no be share one reps ba wonim homa what nneɛma say accountants wom wɔyɛ budget specialist what plan now what do one budget to break the state government no na government approve ma won say sika yɛdere ma mo yɛ 10 cities mo fa nigwa mfanye mo projects but mo projects na mo bɛyɛ no big ticket items to say roads schools hospitals parks no ne sa nneɛma na no ɛno na fi yɛn sika mu na ɛba government ni sika mu momo de yɛ maintenance ɛne beautification no mo ne ade ɛne nneɛma small projects bi as I say mo yɛ in the region no ɛno na come under the regional executive office no so nti ɛno no so no ɔhene no wɔ nti ebia borehole no ne saa pipe projects in na big ticket items saa boreholes ne ade ni na atwam yɛbɛyɛ systems baby a wɔwɔ Ghana yɛayɛ lines a wotumi bue nsu baby a na ɛba ɛnyɛ wo na ɛsɛ wokɔfa timamufo no wɔba no wobɛtu nsu na hey obiara ni agye yɛatu nsu no none of that so nti yɛbɛkyerɛ ɔman ma no sɛ the government is responsible projects are more ni na yɛbɛyɛ nneɛma ɛyɛ small nneɛma a ɛsɛ sɛ moyɛ at the regional level no na yɛ push to the regional executive office now one executive office no nana afenfo na timu bi no no one decide on how they want to do it so that's what now yen ebema won sika nti yen fan say okay gold wo region ha government need to gold now niam ni bi ho ma ya na me pese me kan cuz mo na me kan ase wa but sika na ye benyan ye bebu nkonta na nye sika ni na na ye de ba be ma ye sika 20 cedis what the budget aba na ye 5 cedis ye be ma budget 5 cedis mo sika what the budget banner 7 cities, you be start say na 7 cities. You better also because for wo near why no yeah assessment no 5 cities. Into 5 cities you be 15 cities now can you the to escrow account mu I would think that so but yeah farm mount ebia otia region one no woni yem fancy woni resource bia want to me enye sika this was a budget of 7 million necessary way niama so long as it's justified no sa pool of money na ye escrow in sika ye de koto ho no eno bi ne ebeyi bi ne de amoti so sana obia benya ne so ne de enye se Ashanti region na gold wo nti one pen will be the gold no but obia benya some faso if it's justified well sani eba be ni a problem
You better say essentially. Oliver, but on Chemon say Akumi.
Oh, me patron Cheremono, Akomoye. Akomoye. Ye koye limona. Yebesa bisa dibi.
Yeah, but say we do a no balance person at back cross. I be see we nanny. Nanny, I want to see and one of what I see. And the empty or question BB Safa. Mr. Kufina said no kind of one.
Honorable, we see me in frost, I have frost.
Kofi.
Platform 1 minute. Auntie Paulina. Pacho, I mean, drop one. What do you over late? Because we are party member.
Mate. Okay. Jena dada kwabe.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Paulina ni intimidim se me deni die woni me dada nti.
That's smart.
On the ntokwa okono wachi ni dia no edin.
Oh, say ote oyo mangba ne kuma dagana so nti ote niama se. Who Ernest no na monte niama se, but hopefully by end of a year mo beti niama se. Nti mo de mo me enko.
Yet meti niama se pa o de onna ye di nkomo ko boduru ba bi no beti wo so beti timamufo ne ne di no so asenti. Nti ya wa han. Nti MD enko.
Yeah, honorable, just na me kai no. Uba media no so saying dia ubeshia rastafo, ubeshia asofo, ubeshia street boys, ubeshia omo yaso din and omo wishing na. It's up to you to convince us to vote for you or to follow you. And yeah, no rastafo be say ye tin you know ye track off from by fuko inside ye dia wo say no say de ma wa de bema wo pe umpo ye de bema. So your name will still be Honorable Amide Mefre, Mintiminka Sedebi. You deserve it, and it take those who are very bold to take such a decision to fight for their country or to be there for their country. So you deserve the honorable in this platform. Me we share a program now, you know, who can be concerning about ROPA. You are part of those who introduced ROPA to our system in Ghana. Me pese mi bisa wa sembi sisi ya se yebetu aba ewo Ghana without ROPA. And say 2024 aba eba betu yi.
MD Pacho Oliver. And so what make you as a question maybe into my main drop when I'm will be actually no we have question be out of a pick on what be this why.
No problem, sir. No problem.
Fanny say abaye babe to 2024 yi. Budget ahe ena yayama Ghana without ROPA. As someone that you are very serious and your ambition should become like Opesoye president Sisiano. Me street boy and I say street guy, I'm street I mean me bisa say Sisia yeka say budget ahe and ye debate to aba out the ROPA in Ewa Ghana.
Well, the thing is that ROPA na enye for Ghana for. So, for Ubia
ultimate question as here. What I mean is Yemfa ROPA into chain. I want to know how much a call abattoir wemu particular as someone who is serious to be a president. Budget tahina Ghana ya budget amasa Electoral Commission we CCI ya epota about 24. Budget ni ayahi.
Budget ni enye sikane de be more babe kan because of machines maintenance and procurement of machines no. But na me catch on say the amount of money in the past you say acco into Electoral Commission for elections no yeah extremely high totally unnecessary. Then tina me kasa and say processes be wo no ma ye betumi aye near streamline Emma process of voting in your mechanical. Let me start from here. One of the reasons that number one, me who say young process no problems will move be brave. Say, minimum. You need no friend and an integrated national ID and address system. Inti Ghana for what Ghana nano. We don't even know Ghana for what Ghana. There is not one system.
A question really. Enable me and James and also Ogubisa.
Abutre, massa, abutre.
Monyambutre man trim or as a candidate of opportunity, neonim no, near onim no, and your oshe, unima onim, neonim no car, ya fanisa.
Inti now Akobana said, why duplicate processes nipi? Inti se wo bisa me say budget ahenes where ya budget SSA what the year sadi and say $8 to $5 million. What do you mean? Because why an integrated national ID and address system? Now one port names need now to Ministry of Ministry of Ministry. By the way, what they want set up and friendly say a national data repository system. So anytime you do election time, no, we request it sa nipa na edi 18 na an HTML code. Now the request na porto sa numbers in na be good Electoral Commission for server so. And what they are no aye juma. How much does that cost? Maybe so zero. So long as we internet no a button can push. Now last 2020 it costed more than $250 million. $259. So inti na America chona say near maybe wo no ma yem pese ya it will keep making the process expensive. Budgets are one can actually wo any meno and yet justified because one person way necessary way. Now me can what I say. Inti the way we start is why don't we fix the problem from the root cause? You fix problem from the root cause. Not yet to make portal numbers. You were a big database. Ghana food now and what database also. Now a national data repository system. Obia with the 18 or you go into the pool every 4 years. Biano. Now one bisa say you here and one at the 18 I will me out to about by December 7th, 2024. Obia with the 18 by that time. Biana say within Ekogu. Electoral Commission for server so that's all. Then ding with him. This is a electronic. It doesn't cost anything. But why is our process? No, to say na minu bisami. A manual. Do you know how much it costs to say Wobema nipa atena ho no register for the errors it just doesn't make any sense. So inti that system now so any day bet me a curtail young security. Yet be young healthcare. Yet be man for taxes. Yet be and so one yet. I feel it bound me say wow you were friend in Ghana card no benya free visa to America and Europe. Say no na ba.
Mr. Kofi Pacho Obi say MD Pacho Obi say parliamentarian approval $100 million to EC for 2020 election.
No. One fire you didn't count here. One fire machines didn't count here. One fire one research here.
Now, our 2020 election at HM, which was 100 million. Yeah, $100 million.
Well, okay. Mon call her machines are what yeah may yeah call easy. Anyone call you meeting into. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but machines that will procure what the year actually what be finding out say machines in your judgment yes say will change. Munko Imani website so mube information.
Okay, yeah, that's it. Okay.
Inti na me
I'm question Nasi.
That BNC, Mummy, a chance, Kakra. Mr. Granting.
Yeah.
Me Pisami Bissau say, you say you are part of those who implement ROPA to Ghana, Ukahubi, and now it works. It start, I'd say, per se, a Juma, na say a Juma.
Anye Juma.
Now, more Mama sa signal no aba out as ROPA, Electoral Commission, no person take a decision to ROPA now. And Pisami Bissau say, if 500 million USD and a year Ghana budget for voting system no, and I say Electoral Commission for the year na it be vote. One organization na muye bako mutimi ye a call forward to the EC to implement the ROPA. Maybe some say countries do ahe and they were part of ROPA in the world. CCI kasa say when the election time draw, omu make sure say across the world, you know, or my baton be drew. CCI me bisa way. Mami countries are a one name for particular that ROPA system no across the world.
Okay. Inti, to answer your question, no. One also, the first thing you need to think about is countries are handing $6 billion from remittances more than the entire taxes corporate and individuals here in the country. Somebody brings that money tax-free. And yet, Ghana economy, it's gone bust. And it's in the constitution say, yeah, well, that human right to say, SSA Electoral Commission provide for every Ghanaian. Pacho, the Electoral Commission has to provide for every Ghanaian 18 years or older, our sound mind. A Electoral Commission responsibility per the Constitution say, or provide the man say, Otwaba, regardless of where the person lives. Wunim Sadanana. So Wunim Sadana, you won't ask me this question. Because Sikana Ghana for war Abruchi Edeba Ghana, and one far man Ghana could broke. Ghana would be non-existent. That's how important our remittance in here. And it's their constitutional right to vote. What are you talking about?
So this is the case, you know. Want me prove me wrong, say there are countries where they're involved.
That's not the point. I don't know that off the top of my head, but that's not the point though. The point is if somebody is supporting your economy and they have a human right to vote, it's your country's Electoral Commission to provide for them to vote. That's all. Country Senegal. Country be in here, no. It's not pertinent to this discussion. What person who are not there?
No, Mr. Franklin. No. And yes, I will be something person who and no you are here to sell yourself.
No. I am, but I'm making a point to say
you know what I'm looking for from you, and you don't know the answer that I'm looking for from you to let me know.
Rhetorical.
Mr. Coffin Patrick, Mammy, just a minute. MD Pacho, Mammy, just a minute. MD, o question now, what is your opinion, Kofino? I think say who pay countries Abia or propose ma easy say Abia, Germany, France, Italy, Spain. Unka open Abia number me say nefri no right. And also Abia on Tiasia the opinion Kofi said ya opposite channel. Abia we are the open say Oma any Ghanaian or outside Ghana be a right man into about right.
But you countries are open. The point I was making in here, Mr. Rhetorical, and I just say Israel, yeah, India, yeah, China, yeah, even Nigeria, cry, yeah. So I say Burkina Faso, yeah. Matter of fact, Burkina Faso, then cry Ghana, yeah, koyema won. Ghana Electoral Commission, yeah, koyema Burkina Faso. But the point I am making is say Obi put into your economy money that you cannot inject into your economy. Not ne request and say, let me be able to vote. Sana yebet me my economy no aye better. Aye wo responsibility say wo kra na wo be pentem say wo be ma won vote. Na mpacho na make an what I say. Inti I'm not telling him say oh ebia sa question in here, but me percent me a rhetorical in answering him say this is the attitude that the Ghana government should have had to Ghanaians living abroad, but they didn't have that attitude. And Akufo-Addo Abba, New York University, 2017, lip service, Wanye MPP. Mahama Bai, Worcester, 2014, September, lip service, Wanye, and no government since February 26, 2006. No government has implemented ROPA. Adinti.
Mr. Kranti.
Yes, sir.
Ernest, you don't go for which you every man in pound for what you
Debbie, I didn't make an what me say, make or ma rope and unquanqua mean call second question. Yeah, one question and I may pay, but the point is,
first, maybe a bit on one
question that and the band and a baby.
This is an opportunity for Ghanaian to ask questions. Aren't we fighting for this same thing here? Why do you guys want to just cut it?
No, Lady May. Lady May, all platform.
When you always see time,
Lady May, what platform and more being now by 2 minutes in Casadam. Watch me for fat in front to me.
As well, Pacho.
Ernest,
I need your ma opanina, ya invite all I say no. The same na okan. Yaina ever boying. Yay, ya wa say, ya control be bring ya kwanya ko be vote. But sa kwanya ni ho. Obi crop a kwanya so we take Tiako Ghana kotoaba because of bad governance. It is a question this hour. Solution is very important since obi a baby sa question ni bi. Ebi a on kire me mienu. Obi wa ase a bi kura on masuru biem. Enti say onya nti ase a me den ka mesre say even 1 minute and not 2 minutes kura na yenya opanyin kese o hayi. On fan kire man yenya yenti ade na se. Yenya solution na yenya even say na kura yenya solution ba ko. Na be boa Ghana fo nyina. Next time is another one. Yeah, I never boy. But yeah, bisa we bisa obetire mo bi ho a oni hu nti ana se ho adwintire bia. Nia obisa ni ba bi o kire mkosi ya na think say ba bi obetima chema kosi na kire masi nti MD nka me nko amema dwin so ndia. Say countries ya open no onya de a obenya de ama. Nti nka kwa ye na ya ko different topic.
Ernest, when you say on one casancasa say or Kahubi and not implementing Ropano. And this is the case on him, while investigating him, what about the ROPA, the financial situation involved, and then countries that ROPA have to introduce by this time, Emma Ghana, and Ghanaian citizen as American citizen hold American passport, European citizen or hold a European passport is a Ghanaian. Waste and means Bena Ropa yebet na finance sikano. Aka 5 million US dollars our free obi so say 100 million USD our free. Finance side no. E dey bad no mo aya fam because on mining gusu sinke o sikasemu. Omo sa team no mu no. Some investigation ehu ansa na introduce saadie we Emma as Ghanaian. And how many Ghanaians are ready and there? Say to about they have the American passports.
Okay, into MD, a couple of things that me pese me clarify now TSC, and I me pese Ghana food na muti side. When BB wo constitution moi, na wo pese wo nudge, wo ma the responsible party no say 1, 2, 3, 4 constitution mu as I say wo ya MD. You don't tell the person how they ought to do it. Tina making you. And your main responsibility say, Mary push for idea a law. Say won't implement now. Men as I say, make sure Electoral Commission how he raises the money for the project. But now make what I say. Because I am right, my human right, me right as a Ghanaian say mete abrochiri wo baby Electoral Commission responsibility and say provide and mame na mitume to aba because that's what's in the constitution. It doesn't come with say wo say wo ma wo rights ni ye adwuma dia and it say no onye no and only Electoral Commission adwuma. I want to get that to you said that ubete on that. Now the second question is the proposal ma Electoral Commission was said. And Electoral Commission necessary Otria says Sikano. So Electoral Commission is smarter. Because baby will be to abano. It has to come with a fee. Ghana for wabruchri. So what catch Ghana for wabruchri say Obia whereby Ghana to $10 impo towards Ropa. No Ghanaian will say no. Because what is $6 billion neighbor plus? Inti Obian say no, say what the bear the power will be faswa. The problem has always been say you keep taking money from Ghanaians living abroad and you don't do anything for them. So and no na acquire problem say but Obiaring Kasi Electoral Commission surcharge or a levy Obia or kwako what thumbprint there electronic voting and IBB or a charge 20 cedis and 10 cedis or because no. Incidentally, that will be more than enough, 10 cities. It will be more than enough.
Okay.
Hopefully I answered your question.
Answer. Yeah, that's it. And yeah, you call Lady May. Lady May.
Okay. You mind if I take my break?
About I follow.
Yeah, me say it looks like we have a whole dream about how we want Ghana to be like, but the plan, no, how we are going to execute it, we are not really. And MDB say a question that Kofi, you are in America or you lived in America, every developed country are going to ask you, of course, everything is good. I mean, is good. We want ROPA. It is the right of the individual who lives abroad. But the feasibility, not everything we want is feasible or even is accessible. So it's not about asking, it's about can it be done? Looking at the amount of money that it is involved. Into Obibisa, it is very crucial for some of us watching and wants the best and knows the best for you to really, really think about the question that is being asked. And please, without treating it as we should know. We don't know. That's why we're asking. Because me too, I wanted to know that question. My next question is paying
Lady May,
chief.
Lady May, hold on 1 second. I just want to clarify this. Lady May, why year assessments, why year research, why year bibia concerning Rupano, why you who research from A to Z, what they are for Parliament, what they are my Electoral Commission. In the Electoral Commission, what documents need the down. So, in the Electoral Commission, you now or play politics. Won't him how much it costs? In the when him say, I don't know, 5 cedis now. Inflation factor now they can no one say, oh, a year 2024, a bay 7 cedis. Inti sa niamane de one ko region to region, one ko around the world. And you be a kasa ashe interoperability possibilities. Why you be until they have the documents? And what easy. And also ni jina ni de call court. Na court ka say young argument ni sound. Inti no or a culture Electoral Commission and any commissioners ni na or ma one friend say order of mandamus. Order of mandamus nature say one yeah you are in contempt of court. As I say wukrano you have to face criminal charges. What ni na ball commissioners 5 ewo Electoral Commission. Bisa say yeah dengana. What court bill no. Ayi Akufo-Addo buy no what court. Now what correct verses any many na say oh say the nisika na deng. What brand what document that just said this is where you make the money from. So into a games you will play. I just want to clarify that.
Let me
walk out 2 minutes to other way because of Mr. Kofuri Kessa, can 1 minute in count. I just inspect our Kessa, no matter minutes. It's let me walk out 2 minutes, young boy. Let me know move for phone.
let me question sir.
There be I was talking. The guy is cutting off. Okay. Okay. My question was going to the chiefs again, paying chiefs. I mean, every politician looks at area of support where they can actually get a backing because the chiefs has most power over, and on Akufo-Addo play most, getting to the churches and the chiefs. I can see here that this will only end up in, again, a means for corruption and also to empower people who don't deserve to be empowered. And not as I say, we are now seeing a surge of people who feel, as I said, they are part of the paying a chief who is already receiving royalty but not making account for it, and then you are suggesting paying them. Have you really taken into an account as to what they are doing currently versus what you are going to do? Because it's like compounding of a problem here. Because the land does not belong to, there's a percentage only that goes to the chiefs. The land belongs to family members. Until say government has demarcations as to which lands, and also when person buys the land. Said the reason why America because they have some level of power over their land, and what even type of businesses that comes on their land and in their areas of those counties and those small towns. Why are you even suggesting payment to a chief who is already receiving money, but not suggesting anything to the landowners? My question is that, are you seeing that as an opportunity to get people to vote for you or to be part of it? And what qualification does a chief even has? Because do you even think to say a chief, that office, is even necessary? Culture does not mean say from to manage ahine na bejina pekemu. That's not the culture. That is a way of subserviences where power has played in our heads to the extent that the chiefs are now taking advantage of that power at that position. What are you going to do about it? Because the people under the chiefs, are the relevant and the most, and why then the reason why government politics and also democracy came into play, not the chiefs, rather. So to me, this plan is like reversing what used to be, bringing it back to pay a chief instead of the landowners. And no, Hono, can you please explain to me what would the policy looks like?
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, into a couple of things. And yes, sir, now what can I yes, I'm going to explain again into Pese na bisa question. Say your question be.
If I confirm, Osei Parliament chiefs are already paid in Ghana.
Okay, Mpacho Munti
from Ghana Constitution.
Mpacho Munti. The idea in here, as I say, we taking responsibility of BBI chiefs in terms of management of land, and say, evident and obvious say for most of them no, one are mismanaged. One mismanagement na due to the fact say one no, even though ahini no eto one so no, one call who school sebe insua say na one manage affairs of the state. Inti saa adwuma no ɛboro wɔn so. Inti nea yɛreba abɛyɛ ne sɛ, obiara wogye sika dedaw biara no, fair enough. Sika no ɛwɔ nea ɛsɛ sɛ wogye. But nea yɛnyɛ pɛ sɛ yɛyɛ ne sɛ, obiara wo take over, wowɔ responsibility over a land biara no. Yɛnyɛ pɛ sɛ yɛde saa responsibility no ba into yɛnyɛ management. Sani yɛbɛ manage asase no yie. Sana ahemfo no nkɔtontɔn. Because yɛkɔ around yɛn no wɔnkɔ kasae no. One of the biggest challenges I want to say, we need fixed income. So, so they have to do things that ebema wonso enye sika no won sabe ko wan because we are hene a impempi no wontumi nyo hene na wonkoye adwuma. So, inti ne yɛreyɛ ne sɛ sika bia ɛkɔ ho a ɛyɛ from the state no yɛbɛ prorate no na yɛde aka sika a ɛsɛ sɛ yɛde ma wɔn ho sɛ wowɔ asase a wo manage na asase management na aba aban no ho na yɛn yɛayɛ no into agriculture no ɛbɛma income ɛno bi ne yɛayɛ assessment ne yɛhu sɛ saa income no yɛyɛ a more efficient because the drone controlled mechanized farming versus the biggest farm young pharmacy and more than 2 acres per farmer. Into the big machines never near cooperatives and farms now. And no bema income. Income no be no ye but say ye overburdened personal because income a yebenya from proper management of assassin they are 100 times better since na waya watonton assassin. So inti mempesa wo dwene say nkrofo bi nya sika na bema corruption yempe say ena saadi a ye ba ben mu an ye ba be inti and ohini bia ye na kano ohini bia ye na kano say a better plan. So inti mamon fama dwene nkosa bi a ye pe favor bi inti ne area nipa na ewo you know ohene no koton asase na temamufu no wonya bi new sika no ko ohene no kutukum but with the management no be mother state no na manage farms na ne ade na sika bia yenya no ebeko na make say it goes to the budget of the regional government no one budget no na sika no rekɔ na wɔn yi bi no de esiesie wɔn nkrabata no say one town one region no say sika no kom mpacho na make amotias nti everybody now benefit from say sika no enyo ohene no nko a say ohene no nko a ne nkrofo bi na bia wo benefit but with the sika no koma region now the regional executive disperses the money as per the budget or the approve ayenim say or the kwakoye specific projects na hu sikeni nti sikedi bi enim na enye favoritism bia nti it gives for better accounting and responsibility sing sena say Anti-me Pacho, what you say?
Yeah, okay. Say, yeah, well, Michael Mensah.
Yeah, I do miss
Michael,
yeah, I do miss coffee money adwuma me chia ene obi bia wa ha me de nsam de wa sisi so abebre na kakra me so meka ne say me de enye question ye sebi efutu kakra me de bema oye me bra pen nya me metimi aka ne say un say NDC ni MPP no oma penetrate ye nkura na say ama je say hono mo na yi wacha say ntini ni me metimi aka ne say and person who devise this strategy. On send akobam card market days no. On send akobam bones no more car tete car bi car bi ase kra no mo de mega phone near the ideas so no mo de titi and crofo aso villages ne towns no. Person who this strategy na who devise it. What I say, Tino unya some ala chaka bi kra na the megaphone esiso. Na wo titi and crofo aso e wo nkra ase no. Na omo say yes Kofi Granting here then eba what I say na no na change stereoscope ne kakra intimi advice and be ma on no say onya ala chaka bi kra na ana say information centers near there now the megaphones near there akosi na omo yes adede no ntino kakra me so metimi aka no that's it
That's it, pa Michelle.
and also
Also to me,
also any ask okay any ask uncle yeah also
okay. Mr. President, I salute you, boss. Nyame nya okese onto kwem onmo one den no always be ali ye hia ho a etum bebobo nyama bi ye den and the trend me atinye me ye den nyam bi ase. Now, Mr. President, and that day akoma me bi meka dem me dim pa na den akono afọ gamble side was obidie beko obidiem na we di ampa and the me di akomedim na Electoral ekubu ya nada adwene bi amendwene nko na me pede educate me well wo ho
Mr. President you know is what the best no and papa muti no my
yeah kwame ako sorry Mr. President Electoral ese asase no sayen fande ma wo fasibi na me pede me twa ma asase no me de chena asase na ma ye you know already my register bibia me tua the amount aban area to where the amam no as a grandpa my bibia line ehwie neja me hwa mem na nam wa yempinfo nti me hwa ma den ma che asase me dem the amount asase me dik ma ye me bibia bia ehwie oban den me twitwa me mama of asia sanso betue sika biem sanso de kay won document biem ona me parameter me e wana me
okay mama candidate to you asase no space no or your wodia but osigana for one asase do dem na dey adwen it mama can I say
me get 100%. Me get correct. My BBL agree as a grandpa. My BBL agree. Me problem. Me want be a me do so first me na mo fasi why am paying for. Intimidate share and the amount. Oban then a men for one and touch me. No one contribute to do no bad or bad shall say for what register be on a men chassis.
Okay, one besha in register. Me ya Canada a gift to grandpa will really big gift tax. It's mama Canada. Gift tax no they be a uba wow of us say one anonymous pedech money bibia. A gift one in Tabia and Tona Mahon. But the state or the assessments near her there, I didn't ditch a wow of us phone. Honor no boy here because you see the management of Dama Assassino. Even though assassin no osigana property do. To make sure that nobody takes that assassin from you, no. I will in your police. Now in your security service. If be into mbam beka there, oh assassin major me encroach. Somebody protects that assassin. Why not even know that? The state does that. Indeed, for Dama protection, and we saying there, give us some small fee. I think it's fair. Nti dama fee na ebetua no onye de kaka ye paperwork bia fufuro. Me kaka ya anye de paper na ezire kona ezakọ register wo grandchildren ni din wo do there. Ibetum da ache won de or gift no. A transfer from Awudzin to Ahon Wundzin. Transference of Dama documents, to Ahon Wundzin. I ain't penny able to me because he anya into me release assassin and map one another. Into the paper administrative work in a year ono comes with an assessment. Ono ne yakade assassin or 100 acres into cheer them. Na aketua iketua onu wia na paper no was out there. The transfer has officially been made. Nti sisi ano asase no wo won nananom wonzinum. Ibi entum nkaji, ibi entum nkaton because for you to sell it no eba state and a city government the paper no our computer ibia entum ensesa. There's only one person who approves that document, at Ministry of Interior and lands, because or your property or exchange hands. Into every week what one computer maybe 50 100 or that warfare no paper no proof because the moment on approve no we release documents no local government computer no betum print what amount into printed paper now into ton you don't have ownership, official ownership. On sunti na sisi ya eba kwa asase hon no si eya tona meyi wa tona manipa 3 4 why there is no one authentic documenter or you're bound to asase. People duplicate it. I need a system you can't duplicate because people are not out one pair.
As well, say what's that?
Yeah, Ernest, but Mr. Daddy, Mr. President, by Ernest, Mr. I don't know, shall not focus, now control, I don't know. Say, I say, afraid young papa, I jenadajo, Wabetnam Pochua. I tell you, I shall if a cinchen. Unim pampo in Nimpona in if a cinchen. Not try near focus, near farm ramfant to move beyond, so need the bill beyond Feden, on being pray, near whom or one of 4 trim. On the Babua, na inspect that made the number beka, no being so the aquadia still, yenye, the new to the Mayabanier and Nasi Wufi. Intimate throat, 3 minutes no ready. So that the Cassa and can't 3 minutes in Kahon, or Cassa, we any person as yet at Atriado. Near been to me and any being Cassa Mesro into the sun foam.
It's matter was saying, I mean, and advice, no, very important. Namum me and Pimpy media maker say, Ghana, your problem is solution. Say, ya casa near solution. And for ni casa, ya casa so. Send ya uche man, say nipan and ten was no qua. And I just the bahabia and I wished. So as well, certain and was a MD10 was BR10 and was an. I think say, yeah, Jumarani and Kakranka Crackon. The Ozu, Ebema, Aquania now so question, where bisa. It was a question in nipples, and answer.
Oh, Uncle Kofi Bacho, Michel. My follow watch since Kofi had my first interview. I'm saying America, and I'm sure now America. Bacho, my question ye. Oshe Ghana say me Pacho. Ye problem back up high constitutional machine. I say, party, excuse me, minimum party in India.
New vision movement.
New vision, okay. Unkwana so far, my say, o campaign is a young twabamona, Yamayad Mabedi, but me said them who or candidate our parliament. And this is
woman, so woman, into a penny,
okay. This is a Yamaya, don't as a Ghana for yet the 2 minute mile. Seko na bedi anymore. As a president, no, no youth no do so far matie ubia do na kasafa a constitution say yensano yenye ho bibi. You know, and then am I bre nesa ne manema nyina egitum sa say yenye ho bibi. Na Ghana no so be constitution na MPP na ni si na hihye. Omo hihye no e favor omami enu nyina. obi aba on pesa ode ne sabeka na wagya no hosa na omo ye represent say say onya majority our parliament ansa na omatawo president echi na watimi ayden asesa no na wonni obia chitafo bia our parliament so be president ya wani diem eden na obetimi dia ya obesesa samra no ama Ghana for ye ho atoye. And then my first question.
Yo usu yedase no pre na enye saa ne tie wunhia nipa ewo parliament se wo mo be preso ama no watumi asesa constitution no eye bibia hu se enioma ye changes bia ye pese ye wo Ghana no eya enam kwan mienu so kwan ba kono ye friend entrenched ne che say bibia ya lock no ewo constitution mu ansa na obesesa no ese se what the back Ghana for na nkasa ho Ghana for no the people of Ghana. Now the people of Ghana no woman go adwuma ye woman wo ma bra bobo nti woman tunkrofo bi e from parliamentarians a woman ye legislature woman wo parliament wa woman di Ghana for no nsema wo mo bibi o mfu se Ghana for hia no woman ye tu wo so woman ko parliament woman koye na e ba no bibi se ye change kase bi ti se ye change constitution there. And ye as I say, a man for Nankasa ho, and only a friend of referendum. Referendum no a qua and for parliament, a bypass parliament. So, into changes now may markers a mayor in the constitution. No, and court parliament, a for parliament there, but a for parliament as say a process, say as I say, for parliament, woman who say, I dear we ye, but woman to me stop no, and one to us a yen. But you what you say? Okay. Upon me, no, a walk Ghana, yeah, this is Samuel man, a entrenched position. And maybe either say any either say a entrenched and unentrenched. Say ye unentrenched that ye bobo ever parliament near the anu yena aba. Say entrenched there a court referendum. But what you know, I say 2 ways na ye de nyoma. Entrenched, unentrenched. Inti ewo nyoma efa entrenched. Na ewo nyoma efa unentrenched. Unentrenched de no. And I say eno na any ensoso inti na ye bobo hu ewo parliament. But entrenched na eni soso ne de. Yemfa enkodi hu asem ewo parliament. Ye the people of Ghana nkasa ho. And on your friend referendum no, but you and on what you
Opanya Kofi say, but you obi atra de oha. Say ekoba say parliamentarian I think so say majority 2/3 ejitum a yetimi pass law no MIA constitution amendment no. Sana obi atro. But say ekoba ne say parliamentarians say parliamentarians agiatum 2/3 na agiatum say utimi without any
idea entrenched
me to like a good was a day.
but me say mutie ni yo idea entrenched no enye won't me infa parliament approval and offset no and dane no muntie de American yi bibia entrenched no as I say
Pacho hono chemi Ghana constitution no you obi o ha oye entrenched ya kire hosa say constitution we say pese bibi wo mu a straight to referendum
And as we got Uncle Kofi, no ya no preko. O share the reason why I be say question is say Ghana busi amabo nyina no efa parliament omoji tum ansa na me say even mrakra no hye kra na omo hye the parliament na president there asan yase. The what mean say na bacho na o kan be say Ghana fo mum na o kan brofo bi say on trend o say na me bacho onya Ghana fo na yi sa parliament no like omo si na mu e wo parliament ministers no. Enti no me pa cho ka mentia because Ghana for na yi wo mo na obesia go back to Ghana for ho e wo hene go mo na wo parliament ho me pa cho
debut just said o ma hye mra no Almost share mrana say bibia eni susono. Ebeba Ghana for nankasa ho na eba Ghana for nankasa ye discussion near bobo hu. Inti ye the Ghana na ne ba parliament say anything bibia eye entrenched no. Ye hear nipa 40% a woma tro mudin say ye to aba. And I saying here say 70% of woman to aba no. Woman be vote for. Adeɛ na yɛde aba no ansa na ɛbɛyɛ mmara nso parliament deɛ ɛnyɛ saa na ɛyɛ adwuma parliament deɛ nneɛma a ɛyɛ within wɔn jurisdiction of control ne power no ɛno deɛ ɛkɔ a parliament ne bobo ho na aka sɛ oh wei deɛ yɛpene so ɛhɔ koraa no mpo no president tumi de ne power etumi ka sɛ mo pene so meyɛ te sɛ deɛ ɔyɛ E11 no so inti ɛsɛ sɛ yɛte aseɛ sɛ biribia a yɛalɔke no ɛwɔ constitution no mu no ɛduru parliament a ɛbɔtra na aba Ghanafoɔ hɔ sɛ wɔn decide biribia a yɛmlɔke no wɔ constitution no mu deɛ ɛduru parliament deɛ a ɛne na ɛsɛ sɛ parliament no ɛbɔbɔ ho na ɛde emuayɛ ɛbɛto Ghanafoɔ anim sɛ adwuma a wɔde maa yɛn sɛ yɛmmra ha mmɛyɛ no yɛtumi ayɛ na yɛnkɔbɔ bosia na wɔn akɔbɔ bosia no mpakyɛw wate aseɛ bibi te sɛ
mpakyɛw time no nti no time no nti no wobɛtumi ama yɛn constitution no mmienu anaa baako bi a ɛka constitution amendment no ho a ɔyɛ entrenched ɛde ama yɛn anaa sɛ ebia apart from say constitution yɛbɛsesa no yɛwɔ another constitution bi wɔ hɔ gye sɛ straight to referendum.
Bibi to say power yebeyi efi yediama electoral commission. Bibi to say powers are yediama IGP. Bibi to say presidential exemptions are Emma president no utu bono crying cannot just say utumi di bone untumi fanu kujina court. So, inti sa enyoma na as I said, ye free ho na ye ma president me ba one of the changes that me ye wo constitution say ye be ma president a ordinary man say wo ko wiade a ye be chi wa jeli uti say na jeli ubia.
Okay.
Exemptions na ye nye free ho no ma president won be bokro no sa unti obi atumi nye omo we. So, inti presidential exemptions ye be ye free ho.
Okay, yanko brother Timo.
Yeah.
Ma akwaba.
Minu amejoso.
Timo isema yabobo so no nia wo question bisa no betimi ebisa. Quickly na fe yakoye ni. Timon network ni yet.
Sorry. Now me kasa kwa minim say montempo.
Okay.
Okay, sorry. You know, I have a lot of questions, but I think it's more limited to the geopolitical aspect. You know, about any way, but and solve the major problem, which have to do with our economic independence. Over we are seeing, you know, I think it's for a very long time after the Cold War. This is the first time you know, during the Cold War, when a unipolar world, in a better than we're in a multipolar world, in a better than a unipolar world, and we are back again to the multipolar world again because we now have 3 superpowers which is ruling the world. Now, our economic independence have to do with geopolitics. It's not.
Acho enti bibia o minim so kasa enti bibia.
I'm say Timon network.
But good morning. Timo, obey lectures in Tino Sinkabe and Kayen Koyen.
Okay. And yet, why not as a Ben essay or Ben Davis? So Ben Davis.
Yes, sir.
Okay. My
Yeah. Good afternoon, good morning to everyone, wherever you are.
okay.
Yes, sir. Please, I have 4 questions, but I want to ask you so that you answer me.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. My first question is, please, how concerned are you about what is currently happening with the EC? That is
Very
one
concerned.
question. First question.
Mhm.
And then the second question is, how are you going to solve our current economic issues, should in case you have the not?
Okay. So thank you, Ben Dave. I'm really concerned because you see, our democracy rests solely on what comes out of the Electoral Commission. You know, because if the right things are not done, then the picking process will be flawed, and that might mean us getting the wrong person in office, which our whole outlook will be based on that. And we saw what just happened with the last 7 to 8 years of the MPP government. It's been disastrous. So we don't want something like this to happen. That's why we want to make sure that the EC makes the right decisions and put the right modules in place so that it doesn't result in Ghanaians picking the wrong person for president. So I'm very concerned. Number 2, the changing the economic dynamics in Ghana is very simple. Very, very simple. I think the governments of the NDC and NPP have just ignored their responsibility to make sure that this happens, because it's a science. And if you do certain things, you will get specific results. The reason why I say it's a science is if you don't have any way of making income, then regardless of how good a spender you are, you're going to get to a point where spending will be a problem because you don't have income. And you can't borrow your way to spend because you have to make income to pay back the borrowing. So that's the vicious cycle that we're in. So how do you make the income? Well, you make the income, the cheapest way to make the income is through agriculture. God has blessed us with an abundance of sunlight, water, and a mineralized soil. All we can do is focus on agriculture. What we are going to do is we're going to pump $10 billion into agriculture every year. So the output from agriculture, we're going to feed into our agro-based industries. And every output from the agriculture, we Ghanaians are going to first use it till we don't have a use for it any longer. And then the surplus, we're going to package it, add value, and export. And then we get foreign exchange reserves, and then we build more horizontal integrations in industry and absorb all the unemployment, and then go into domestic market and start manufacturing everything that we need and use as human beings here in Ghana. And that will give value to our foreign exchange reserves because the money is not being churned to use on the commodities market abroad. So that's how we're going to build. If we don't do that layering of economics, there's no way we're going to see the light of day. And the NDC and NPP have not done that in 32 years. In 67 years, no government has had a specific plan to do that. That's why we're still wallowing in the valley of shadow of death. And regardless of who we vote for in this, at least for the people who have presented themselves for president, nobody has a plan like I do in focusing on agriculture. Because without the income, you could have all the dreams. It's not, how's it going to happen? It's not going to happen. So that's how we're going to take care of our economics. We have to build a pressure chamber of economics or we don't get anywhere. So that's what we're going to do.
Thank you, sir. The next question is, since when have we realized that our constitution has a problem, that we need to have a change of our constitution? And then the second question is, looking at the current parties that we have in Ghana now, as you are also from America, and as Ghana, we are also practicing democracy. And I believe that what is currently happening in Ghana is also happening in America, that where we have the majority party, Republicans, and the Democrats who are always climbing to the top. We have other independent candidates, or I don't know if they are candidates or they are parties, who have been also struggling for so many years to, also put aside Republicans and Democrats. So my question is, how well or what confidence do you have ahead of these 2024 elections, that you have enough confidence that you're going to win, since we have this NDC and an MPP who has the majority? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Great questions. So as far as the Constitution has, the 1992 Constitution, it was flawed on inception. It was flawed. But what happens is it gets worse when people abuse it. So if a president comes in and only abuses it at 10%, you will think that, oh, listen, the Constitution is not bad. We could get away with massaging it. Next president comes and abuses it 25%. You have a different perspective. And then the next president comes and abuses it 70%. You're like, oh, wow, this Constitution is really bad. Let's change it. So what we have gone through is we've gone through a spectrum of different levels of abuse by the governments. And that's why now we're taking a very serious look at changing the Constitution, because we scroll back and take a look and see that it's the Constitution that gave way for the abuse. You see what I'm saying? Now, if we had a really good president who cared about Ghana, who was very pro-Ghana and loved Ghana, they could still use the same Constitution, and as a president, the results would not be as bad. But then the problem with that is, if you get a bad president, then the results would be really bad, and we just experienced it. You see, so that's now we just need to change it and lock it up. So whether we have a good president or bad president, Ghanaians could go to sleep, because we know they can't abuse the Constitution.
Okay,
yeah.
My question now can be the last one now. And about the sentiment, my family is a I think the Constitution, OG democracy, etum, enti, and I was just say, yento abama. All right. And maybe former President Mahama Kassem Bichre, the current president said, Onya medium of Panina Kunjana Pen, Intino, and Simbu Hawker, on your therefore. Okay, may refer to, but may refer to comment Yamemano. Say, Oji democracy to my constitution, you are going. Now, young fan say, what be the Yatrabama, or by a constitution, wouldn't mean a Medina. Oba you the same constitution in the book or mine, and I said, near you a constitution on my pine. Say, wait me, aye. Now, mum, constitution is some move, say, Essenka, ye amendment now. Ye be ya, Unya, Quanya, Tisani, my own fine yejuma.
Okay, very good question. Sena Mekano, say, Minia Ernest, say, Memma, Tua. Wait with the tuno, aku room. No aku kum or chia bani de I am quani. Moi. Wait with the tuno so acquire arm robber. So, inti na meme kana meme di would the tuno mamma, Medabaka kum nama bani de I biani na yedi. But a dangerous say tune that a trade them because obi ba no ni papa obetum de adibone. So to the extent of your question no me ba constitution is na tibia no say ye ba ye ntumi change constitution right away. As the constitution ye adwuma till say e be change, which will not be sooner than 9 months. Untumi change constitution because of kwan SSF and and change no. Any 9 months. So 9 months no then ye be adwuma constitution na ye be adwuma but ye mra ye be hihye no ye be di so kire say friends and family ni ho ukobo kronga ye mfa wo nchew wobekwa akode fiase for life obia sika be fa onsem no ese we accountable to the sika no we di sika ni bia wo ho be kire so long as say me ni sika ni bi no me wo power moral power say me to me enforce minya ko di sika ni bi pe na wa ka me hu ni na no ma obi akwan so won ko di sika ni bi nti na no ne kan ye de bacho na me kan what you say nti it requires to say no di kan no obeye trene nipa pefe asemu ni no ho no take advantage no abuse system no because the moment we leader na we abuse system no obi o wa sibia be abuse no ntumi kan kire no na fe ade ba kono no nso ne say young elections ya ye nkrofu pi me sure say we be bisa me say kofi NDC yekese MPP yekese ebere no wanya sika na outumi de wan compete wan akoje sika efi baby na wode ba betua Ghana for kano de aye elections so sika na wan akoje no na eno no na ye Ghana for fe unfortunately wonya ba ban mu pe esese wutua sika inti wode agudi esesa nka eba Ghana for no ho no wode kwa kotua ka inti Ghana for no nya kwan yenya hospitals yenya schools ma graduate a wonya dwuma nye and then you wonder say can these people be real? Well, you voted for them. What na what to abanama because what buy no what take V8 mu what take pickup trucks mu what one brand they want who nkrofo bisem se kofi da be na yebe hu branding pickups me branding pickups no me kojo bi sika na me be ya eno ne wa kwan no hospital nti ese say yet no ase na nkrofo hu say me no menya prepared say me kwa kojo obi sika sika media ne na Ernest de be mam say Ernest ma me 20 cedis me de no be flyer ba ko na be atadan anim o ma me 20 cedis but as I say mu say mu the people of Ghana no more investment in me no and no nereba be mamo the quality of life that you desire na mo anya sana politician no kopri sika o baby no de be any election now they're going to pay with your life and it's going to and of course young man one number basa when you jumanye and everybody want to say I don't know Ghana you were good year was say you jumanye well man vote a man ni papa move vote man or this sika be kire mo no enu ti na more bre so that's where that comes from say no ne sa problem na ye with constitution no neti constitution no say neti say no make Kofi grant me a president I can run the country with our constitution no ye nya asem me na make kire mo because I mean me master me be take advantage Ernest won your kronfo wonam ana wo ko wadan fufi na ni sika da table so a wo befa wonfa enye wo sika so but okronfo ba ho dia ono pekon no dia wia nti obewia that's the difference nti even if you given the advantage to exploit you're not going to exploit because that's not your nature. It's not my nature to exploit and take advantage of and rape and into me bad in it now yeah so I'm a punish you. That's the difference.
Okay, yeah, that's it. Timo, now, question. Okay, what my uncle?
Yeah,
but why you need disconnect here?
Yeah, Mr. Crunchy, thank you. In fact, for many reasons, it's not me, Mr. Crunchy, because I don't believe in people who overraise the expectations of the people. And sometimes, in Sebni Biawaka, regardless whether you agree or disagree with him, he's not overraising the expectations of the people because one is by Bio Man, I can see a one. Ghana ye minimum. Number two, it is totally impossible for any leader to fix the problems of Ghana within 4 years. Economy in both or not, it takes time. And there is one problem among who I'm still trying to understand now. Mr. Cranton betting about all what he's saying, he might do it. The problem is we have only 8 years limit term for every president, which I totally disagree with for many reasons, but that's not the point. Now, Mr. Cranton, the moment that will be free power, you be we saw it under Nkrumah regime, and we know all the presidents who came after him basically destroyed everything. So, what are your policies? What are you going to do to make sure that our choice of leadership in this country henceforth will not just be somebody who just come out randomly from nowhere and start promising people that I'm going to try see from you from Kumasi to Accra, and you have people jubilating on the internet without knowing, whatever that guy is even talking about. For example, over group to say Russia, China, all these communist countries, leadership is very, very important. As I speak to you in China, the next set of leaders, they are training them. You don't just wake up from nowhere. I mean, it's one problem. Now, in Ghana here, he has Sika. Now, influence. Period. You can become president. So my number one problem is henceforth, what are you going to do to make sure that we don't go back to the same problem? Within 8 years, he's gone. Then, for the next 20 years. And the whole thing is just annoying. And I keep questioning myself, when? You have people like Akua contesting for power. We are not serious in this country. And you have people following. Oh, sorry. But other way, my question. Number
Timo,
one.
I love it, Timo. You made my day, man. But the answer to one question is very simple. And change the constitution, drill that into Ghana for say Munti and Americano. Enemy number one per say you be change the constitution. One of the major things are yebeyeno and working. Because criteria for even presenting yourself for president, dramatically. Yeri nya clown biya me jina sorry your president. Yeri nya obia ontumi me prove no ho. Why your president a failure? Yen you bia ontumi one about what can say president, what be president na. Here na electoral commission are forced to say undisclosed assets.
Asset, exactly.
Into oba no ba or what trash a paper so say ne assets here for 4 million. If they no baby we sika to meet that 4 million in the future. That's what they do. That's what only way you, but nobody proves the paper. Indeed, now for you to even present yourself for president, and SSL will pass a basic aptitude test and common sense test. Say, who bet me perform. Now we want the Ghana, the interest of Ghana at heart. You better come back into who pass. Near ma waye. Then now we criminal record and now who police arrest or da crampa. Then we no arrest disposition of arrest and then Sanya many now would deem pastor pay president. The state and the state electoral commission powers or ye be BFM say what sorry I would me create a region at the cost to Ghana for how? So inti Sanya money now so yeah be entrenched in the constitution say na obian to minister won't to minister or parliament.
Wow.
Only through a referendum. Indeed, the country is going to be a totally new Ghana. Okay. And it will blow your mind.
It's make the Canada, I think they make a lot of
Sika would the election no and sika. The state
exactly.
Sika say fire. Indeed, more present mo meet criteria ni no. They present you to the country, say, Onipa, as Messi say, A, B, C, D for so run. Into Yabemobia 50,000 cities. or they are called in the 16 regions, no ako kana sem na
Exactly.
and you wouldn't kwansa would well sikara beshim.
Yeah, Mr. Kratike, I think you said the Dutch government does the same thing. One of the major problem in across Africa, election. So what some of the Western countries have realized is that yeah, ma obia emfanisika in the campaign. Yeah, do money sika and the ma presidential candidates, to run because obi 3 na soloma usika 10 million. Say overpower any party to 3 you can't. When you give one say if you say contractors in our party, contractors in the party, and I learned it through the hard way because $2 million, I don't command MPP and I don't command DC. Or my MPP $1 million, or my NDC $1 million. So whoever comes in power, he's 100% secure to send their contract for the person. Whether the person can do it or not, whether the person is doing a Juma Ayo and you can't say because he's a financier of your party. And on one note, and as well can it make it sense, sponsor the political parties, and if you go beyond the budget, and I say, if you go beyond the budget of money, then they start to investigate you. Then meaning say you are taking money from somewhere. There is one particular article on Ghana Web up to date. It's rather unfortunate to say Ghana youth, and I know can say TikTok where you see them all over doing single and searching sugar mommy, sugar daddy. But go on Ghana Web right now. The current administration took money from a company in America called Chrome, and Omade sponsor the campaign. It's still on Ghana Web as I speak to you. Anything and then Kamala Harris will move all the way from America to Ghana, despite all the problems that we are facing. And this person is here telling you to accept LGBTQ nonsense. In fact, we have more problems, more depressing problems to solve. It shouldn't even be a priority. But what do you see? Because I'll say at the end of the day, no Jessica. Now, my question number 2 here, just to make it sure for other people to come in. We are the kind of opportunity and we are it only comes once in sometimes 100 years or 50 years. I see we are currently in the continuation of the Cold War. We are seeing in our we were in a multipolar world, we came to a unipolar world, and we're back to a multipolar world. And during the multipolar world, which is the Cold War, countries like China, India, Cambodia, Vietnam, Singapore, and all these people decided to transition their economy through your friend is saying this multipolar world. They were able to use both the East and West to their own advantage. And Nkrumah did the same thing. And then he was able to play the game very well. America he was able to pursue the Soviet Union, atomic energy, one in Kwabenya, one in Konongo, after Nkrumah overthrew America. Now, looking at your ideas, I am 100% convinced and say no white one is going to sponsor your campaign. That is a done deal. Nobody. And someone who can, the moment you start to do it, Mr. Kofi Kranton, I don't think that you are going to last, because it's either they target you, they target the economy, or they get rid of you. I think it's these are the things over the years we've seen on the continent. The idea of Muhammad Gaddafi in 2011, we also in 1963 under OAU meeting, or something Dr. Kwame Nkrumah saying, or say those of us who have tried to be economically independent, we have failed. And while you are talking about have to do a lot with economic independence, those people are limiting it to constructing of just rules and building of infrastructures. And when I listen to your ideas, it goes beyond that. Your ideas mainly focus on economic independence. Now, where are you going to stand in terms of geopolitically? We know that Nkrumah was somehow affiliated or more closer to Khrushchev under the Soviet Union. And anything about Yara call Romania and necessary. So you see how big in terms of geopolitically.
All right. So great question again. Yeah, non-aligned. That's the consciousness. But Mamenka Asamuncho. African country be any honoma when dependent on Brunei to get into power or get into power, Brunei ebesu nekon. Go and do the research. They will offer you ways for you to win power. Now, out of greed, you pay power into, we always go to them. My ska, my say. When you get into power now, you dance to their songs. So, and tina menso me pese me educate youth ne say. And you obia oba beye from achemo ne wato say no yes say na bring money so na mudi n'akyi. Momfa adwene nipa kra oba o ka no kra kyerɛ mo no ɔno na mo no mo bɛma no condition sɛ ye to ama wo ye de wo ba ye nkɔgye sika wo nkɔgye loan bia gobe if you have gobe na me kwa akodi me ni problem no kra no de meka kyerɛ mo but most mo fa adwene na mo hu sɛ enya flash adwene Momo per flash, mo po bi obi, hey, bra, chale, what the idea na wie, chale, sikewura, asa, adwene sha. Inti mo fa adwene na mo hu se, me di no kra na kyerɛ mo. So, wo can asɛm bi, wo say there is no better time than now. I didn't think a better time than now because the process of de-dollarization have started. Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa are breaking away. Ama Saudi Arabia, Iran, UAE, Egypt, Ethiopia, na akokano. This is the best time to emerge from the shadows. Wama West na entumi ma after you. Then I'm there Paul Kagame. Tuari, then there no. And I started domino effect and I started into because this is your time I baby prove at your almost say yen so you bet me independent. But as I said, you're building an economic foundation ye self-reliant. So say ye nisa into ye build it, but you can't come up and just because what power and into your attitude and say, hey, get away, we'll be in free hand on there, be there. So Yansan would be and say as I said, we'll build the one. Yeah, agriculture, and only first level of production industry. Yes, that it to me, you need food security. We need food security. Hina oko can't tell why say, "Depi mujina parliament na muye the LGBTQA get away from here." And I say, you don't have food security. On person mukuya ya umu himia button so eduane on the back room and ibedi ni ewu. Inti sani oma nesesi ye ansani amayano ayedin, and that's the process. So when your food security we now for line woman so see objective, woman see some goodness in you. Your friends say many pebi or platform is your friend who are being ye pa ena many needing common or catcher me say the consciousness of the bricks, say ye be barta wo resources ye den obema yen enchine a ene yenso ye besi bridge amount obema yen say ya yenso de opay ye be amount but the system with the West say ye bema yen ye bank IMF World Bank Bretton Woods ye bema osika ne a kire o say de say wo spend no ne asa charge you interest ne amount terms eno na am Africa ye say de ayi so models too, consciousness is different. Yeah, non-aligned, but the no so ebe meet ye needs. To say that they be Americano. Yeah, massa be build a democracy consistent with the Western and the Eastern. But a democracy consistent with your culture, your value system, and your building. We're not gonna build round pegs to fit square plots. Yeah, build it. Yeah, pegs. Custom shape. Yeah, your host.
Nyansa and the Casano. Impacho.
Why no kasa?
I think another question that Mr. Cranton answer. Host, thank you very much.
Etimo, Mr. Cranton, we manim why now good fellows.
Good fellows. Yeah, Mr. Cranton.
What question is saying? A contribution, a question because I say
contribution the question, you know, just me about Mr. Christ.
No, bisa question no. Answer na actually no.
Yo, Martin, me born a basso. It's answer no. Dear Bakwa, the president Nkrumah mistake Baku Biao, yeah. And they say when ya baby in United Papa, which now we start to Casa, not just way you went ama what time for anyhow. So, Nelson and ye did book on mine. Mr. Cranton, over Ghana Hodo and over Yansan. Now, I can't, yeah, my minimum, our motive grasso. Or no, dear, ye did in Sempia say between us say, oh, here, cry at the pa. Intino, a home son on a book, akra. But, yeah, the call. Bobekinia catching. Then in this emergent situation, obetimi aye ade awini the election. Yes, I say we need you so critically. It is saying obey apart from so because yeah in country your mama no. Why a day plan and now what they are to why some kind of a chance.
The year can say we are in all the 16 regions, but to say your best spread your wings, no. Monso mumeboye, mo amwo diaspora muti, munyi sika. Obi ba osi okofi, to say the na ye bushafo bi kano. Yen your best sponsor na u team abe ye float. Ewo ye town way. Ye could see billboard amount. Ebiana ye baby we aka Ernest akuma na Ernest kuvi billboard between now and December 7th. No me ye billboard back 1 month. Ewo asantemem ana baby you free. Ewo some say also free brown and now free.
Yeah,
Doma na free me boy. Who can say doma? Me ye Ernest Becker say me koye billboard back 1 month wo doma. So no yen kobo busi en free baby ya ono ano de ne do no de ahya donated by Ernest Osei na ye kama obi ankoye billboard no bibia eye kofi krantin asema waka eto no koma so onfa nto so no onfa ne din enhya ase ne ye koye nim because ye pese muntie Ernest and Crawford say Kofi wouldn't seek to fight against MPP NDC. Mama say me be fight against MPP NDC. Me by say me be can asem to awaken the inner giants of the citizens to say they won't be take control of their destinies. So me a messenger. Me my pastor mube used to me because yes, you may be your problems are you facing. Question be any one ma mean to me answer. But yet to me now ma into the power. Yet to me ye infant servo Ghana for. Until we want Ghana for to take responsibility. Say Kofi, me I may print 50 t-shirts. May ye banners. May they see the whole of Accra to Kumasi. May they see Kofodia. May they corn off. May they call Oti. May they call Brown Sani per se moye. Inti that would be each one teaching one. Obi who say, oh yeah, because Papa me hunada, Martin and Kada. I saw a different. No, so you inspire them to do because you see, this is not Kofi Kranten's fight too. This is our fight. Our fight.
Mr. Kofi. That question no beside no. Say, Nina come question me prepare no dear. Na say Ernest amount.
Question is
Ernest amount ebia 100,000 cedis. Say yam fa support na Mr. Cranton power. Say Ernest be din say hunu bia because of say ono so donate ye no. Wo de be fa mra kwan so. Ana say oba order contract be amane say ono so mfanye because of donation na.
Me mama otiase. No catch my sister say mo humunian or politics mu. Mo bia mfa na ni into no so because munim Kofi Kranten omo bia. me maame owo me.
Sana bibi.
So me maame owo me. Opa me ka because me say nkofu tie wo ni me sisters. Wo my fa me ho adwene say obia nam ni way because wo nim say me sika no.
Yes.
Me sika kra me de be ma wo no kra e be den. Na me command contract. Some de mo wa ha mo hwe. Obi oni me aye adwuma da ne nim say de me tie. Munti o. Me a federal government principal no just say me share woman ye financial advisors so for 24 years. Menya citation a violation 24 years. One kra menya. Enye criminal you. Me ka say obi actual letter say or complaining about me kra menya 24 years.
Okay.
So, that should tell you, say, say electoral commission banner the say, oh, Kofi forging the signatures be na emissary. Wunya me da. Say yenye bibi achia na yemfe. That's not my nature. I pride myself with that. Inti mo amufu say mo be my scan. Oh, Ernest, mama mu abe mo de first scan brand yemfa nya adwuma na contracting the we are qualified to get a contractor. For the go through process. We are qualified as a so
Okay. Kamal Amwaku. Okay, before now, as a Timo say or 20 seconds. Timo 20 seconds no.
Okay. What you mean? What you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Where the I had this Ernest, we cried me did say Okra Medoba currently I run one of the biggest geopolitical platforms of Africa. But I've never, interviewed any presidential candidate. And I was asking could give me that opportunity because some know because probably there's so many ideas. Mr. Kusukwati, but there will not be time. So where the other agile platform is Mr. Kofi Jamina says
No problem.
On Oxana platform. So guys,
No problem.
Mr. Kofi, I think we have a more opportunity there. Then we can settle a proper date together with our other people, with who's like the likes of Ernest.
Yeah,
you all meet just me and you together.
Intina majo number no.
Sorry. Deb C was so, and I said Deb C in Sabeka. Now, woman Eddie Hunjuma, no one get it with you. Why? And yet they cry.
Timon, can we invite no account account no one you can say survivor invite na no busan the question. Some more account no so you Ghanaians are more honu. Timo, anything majo number no.
Okay. No backdoor. Sajman, you better backdoor. The crew forward, she not mean your fine visa questions. Timo, hello, contribution.
Thank you.
Also, why don't you buy no questions and also Yamisha?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Minya Kamal.
I'm more happy with you.
Okay.
What's my
yeah, for all question no.
Yo, I was here for the can hear the massy. You may there moody Ghana. My shame there will be on our platform in Juno. Or Ghana there gonna be ye. Only say no be our head the man could be and waste me time or her. Na me da young papa so Kofi Quarantines had assay. The way you know us were the upper door on my Ghana. And you are no more mean there. Impebit to see them no. What but just once in a century. Only easy to get them because me know Mr. Kofi Quarantine no me can pa or you be a me hunu no. Ni yes and yes, ni no. You can't buy him.
Into kakra me peda me catch in na ye hu na me de me be some question there. But me catch in ya ye hu ni de. Obi o te dam no Yankopon no we yina ma yen. Into wo me yin nara yen boa no. Yenji o ma no because yin na ne ye wo obi ni krom, obi wa ye ni krom ye ni yaketena ho. Na yen so yen enjoy. But abrabode can you want to
Kama audio contribution, right?
Contribution, that's correct. That's correct.
Okay,
Yes.
Kama omo bisa question no. Because of time na you need to contribution time
Okay.
you're not
Okay. Martin, that's it.
Okay. Yeah, that's any send you all.
Akwame wa hao edi emi da sipa se o platform yi watumi establish we educate Ghana for na problem yen Ghana for yenya since 1992 no akoye se PDC PNDC military government Lawrence di anim no omo ba power no na chese omo miemia constitution se no mo de protect won ho so that nothing happen into constitution de Senior Kofi keep hammering on it, a very important key, and also looking at for the past 4 years since 2020, Mr. Kofi Kranti the way you see him, yes, and say yeah issue, but practically, Uko website Nyama wa yentini pamucho Yama who says NDC MPP no Nansian ye creating ama MVB between that because they saw that opportunity. Na yama yani na ho ni yani yan wake up ni yan to me vote because MPP and this na ama omusa chechire to me yan yama ba they are always trying to make money.
Also their contribution.
In yes, I'm making that a comment, what I'm seeing. There me ba platform so me who now into me ma we mo say why there. Na Mr. Kofi Kranti me I follow him for the past 4 years. When nobody was able to talk, say, let's do away with that drunk party politics. So Iba 1 year who no. 4 years ago, now me follow no. Into the many question behind to the member manual see me that's a part say mama me sa platform. Mama ye ninda ho na sa constitution a PDC NDC and the cover no 1 year side no mo de atitare won tumi ye. Me da man answer. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, that's senior Mama Paulina, I'm say question and I will also their contribution their mama miss a questions for the
Me pacho your contribution your question.
Okay, and yeah, man.
And now my question me nim dear se me ko na M1 pacho no ma stop me. Na se be blank Papa Kofi na wama ama answer ama me. Yeda asefa ye ni so de wo ye. In fact, wunti ya told me say on nabo say there platform so ya brand as could o give me 200% say me papa preko ne obi ntimi some adwenim firi ho da because of some ameti firi ho ne emi hunti papa me pa cho me question nyina ne say me ni me nuanom papa mu na say adwenkyira ni adodo na kan say ye wonko asum ba matana se adwene ho amenti ase ti papa ni enti amebisa sa ne say ase ye ba platform because of say your system ne niema enkoye emma ye Ghana ntino ya na ye di atem me bra a o host ikrampo di ho adase no ase be share kra no kasatia bi kra ba oni obi ntam because of Ghana ye situation enti no me pacho me bisa say so eye nokre say ye wonku asum ana ye Ghana for no eni enim ya de ye ni aye ye ho sa ase hye nkwase pacho ma the question nyina no
mini apa the okam ye ni na correct ye wonku asum wonku asum e wo bobo sia na de didi nti enkwa na oye no say bibia ye wo mini apa ye so sad. They say your debt kekako ye nam 840 billion cedis. Okay. Ye gold nkwa yenya ewo Ghana a year sisi no ye add value a brought $300 billion. Inti other necessary ye deka over 680 billion cedis because for sika na di. Inti ye won kwasum because adwene no enye adwuma mmoa yen. So ye di sika ni na kogu abrochire ye ba ye say Kofi obi a woto abama Kofi Kranti ube waste vote inti men to abama no eno kwa na ya na nkrofo bi nso di akire oh me to abana ma Kofi a me waste me vote onim se eye trick na NDC na MPP e dey we no adenti efi se enuanom munti asema meken na mon kan kire me se me right and I'm wrong. You don't make a decision say wo to abama Kofi and na wo to abama asemesi based on the owo any ni jina bia woto abama no based on ni nyansa woto abama no based on wo principle ne say wo principle ne say wo pe nipa no kwafu bi a odogana ma no wa be ye bibi sunko ama Ghana efise anka baby aye we said the Akufo-Addo kan no yet tisika so a eye den na komodi but wo tisika so said den na wonni adwene a komo bede wo tisika so na wonni adwene a Switzerland wo mu ni bibia wo ho tise mountains any nsuo so wo ye one of the wealthiest nations in the world if it's adwene ye adwuma inti de meme kan say menuaba ye wonko asum hwe wonam abonten a menim baabi a wo so wo Ghana de a baabi a gota wo bia hobon adenti say ye run sewer lines through gutters ade esesa nka nsuo famu no kofo dwonso kofo toilet gum ube say wonam krom sa na esi ya bokios square na esi gutter so mpacho ye muhu sa ade no ho na kofo kokoja chese ya wonam osu a ana himachi bo se obi ade na kura ba be gina kwa ho ni ehwie gugotem enye se obi se memehu osu Colabonia the same thing chokonom ne Jamestown de ne bobo ade ye ni sewer systems so inti ye won kwasum because woma wo di DS so no womo na ye mpanyimfo no kɔbɔ obosia efiri womo hɔ a womo de bɛyɛ politics womo de bɛyɛ campaign a mumugi womo di ye no samusi Kofi Kranti ni sika inti musi zankrofo no na watoka no yese wache sika no macroport no mamagi na o chep Wellington boot Ernest nana bi kura wo doma kwaji Wellington boot ni bi so na mani aje na mo se ye beto ama no wo kwaji sa Wellington boot no wo ko hospital a eduro ni ho wo beda ho no wawu kolebu ya kolebu kokohwe young boys a eye Ghana future aduani ni ho nti hopelessness na ama womo nom tramo ye nom nsa because womo ni hope Ghana ni nam kwan ho a on care say wo de car na ebebo no on hwe na chikura onhwe nachi mebo a mon kan kire me onam ho a car ne bo aben no hwe say na wo de bebo wo de bo me kra car ne be say emfa no ho owu a enya hwe ma no because oni hope bia na yes say anka Ghana for ye wo hope young boys and girls onim so okofie akotena ne flat screen bi anim aduane si ho ne girlfriend ne boyfriend bi tene nchen ye di nkomo ne ma me frɛ no say o family da be na we be fi we be abestra me o say o ma me we dey mess send 10,000 cedis here we dey next week meba o say oh meba oh me nana just say wo do kra no wuti wi ase a wo feel say wi ase no you are happy say wuti wi ase koran na bisa boys say wo mo ye happy say ati wi ase because ahokyere wo Ghana no enura na me ni obi kasa he na ye koye na obi ka chem say security fo na ye adwuma ho no oh okay me call Jim na madam fo bi ka chem say security ye adwuma ho car park ho ni na no wo mo nkofie na me say wo mo nkofie say o mo je 600 cedis a month nti as I said, one more da Friday or Saturday, no more coffee fee back on my because one coffee can you imagine? When your team, yeah, the number 1 in gold for the whole of Africa, number 6 in the world. As I said, Obia win sika less than 1,000 cedis a month, no. As I said, government and most sika say Gine di na tenefie. We can afford to do that. Edidida J America, almost friend of food stamps. As I said, Obia J check. Say me say integrated national ID address system now. So system no bema Obia koda grade no so. Inti yehwe income na ye low pe na atwa check abro. Say Gina fedidi. Usika wunya nisha. So uchiya taxes since ye who system no so. Until be or fall below star poverty line, system automatically sends them money. Sani ye wagana. Sani ye. I mean, maintias you near money is so obvious. So Obi Katem says Kofi Sikani Niwa, Kamaka say, okay, you have a point. But Kasikani Niwa Krempoa me back as president, and yet Ghana, a friend saying a good year. Resources na maybe be too near the edity. Yet they are dreaming by year juma because a good year no a finite. Utu a better. One more juna near juma na utune san. Then now be Adrina near juma. It is to see a map. But wouldn't mountain sea yet to me yet tourism. Ghana for no crowd patronize it. But answer our best and I say Numa ba. Agriculture near the Numa beba. To say a queerful now tongue 1 month say. De command near the Agalam say. Na yen ni bidi. Land na kakana canon so ye poison with bad chemicals. Now my ayare, yes, what your healthcare system no I saying the same way. It is not on my I didn't for ye nipa edwene e wo man. In paying for no one said it one more to my one more yet problems see pain, one more feel Libya now. I was for one minute they're making when I'm say, Kofi, we are wrong. And I said, they're making me wrong. So me yet frustrated now. Obviously, Kofi now woeful. Of course, me woeful because mentias here that is way totally unacceptable. And nothing I'm saying. Sound of way, me ba.
Mr. Kofi, me chawano. Madi can say practical aspect in a very I say very concentrate. And you know, when the answer was answer the NB. It is a question concerning election now. That I think the most important. Because our idea no say I'm mana nothing. Na nshyɛ bɛn na egu hɔ ogu kwan mu a yɛde bɛto aba na ama no nti ɔmo question am say Frankie DJ Frankie bacha yɛwɔ 10
Who person who's a question concerning what? The
question be esa ogu person ogu bisa around the like, question one thing
every question I made because you know Ernest the question concerning the worker.
Okay,
concerning the worker now.
Question for that bisa. A question for the bisa. But all the answers and one name any question or drag it call other side not too much. Answer
okay. Unless you patrol sister put a question of Busano no. Say yeah shankwa me I'm saying convinced or answers in the bill. I'm saying or can't problems no. How I best solve no. How I best solve say be as unclassly be free.
You Minya, the way I always solve and say as I say Sikaba system. As I say in Yesika. Yeah, near one, yeah, but dear who through agriculture. And on my answers our question say as I said, you spend this Sikania do go into agriculture heavy. Now you defeat your agro-based industries. Now agro-based industries, no output, no you add value near export, near dinya foreign exchange reserves. Near tia sa kana ye didini na no na yen ye bedi yen ye ho. Pacho what you say? Pacho what you say?
Pacho ya say.
Thank you. What question, Nasa?
No, I think the question is bit more to ask one.
Me to me. Me ana. Me to me. Me to me. Me to me. Tra. Then I me bisa and say. I'm saying no person. Basana yeah agro-based products. And I say that you patronize it. Now, but what means you to know what Ghana no. At least most of them no. Any interest was added no. And you know no pay or no calculation no. Sector bepa for agriculture bit me busa. So bit me a boy. If it's a bit me a boy, need me export. So the beya foreign exchange you know. Be boy say yeah import more. And at the same time, so source of income now, what the best side and so but what means still an abortion going to be the best cost what now. Say maybe other governments and I say and you see your come.
Yo, minu amida say, Sikana be free yeah honaba. Because in the last 32 years no, Accountant General Becca say, yeah, say $3 to $4 billion every year, no for every year. Ye wo paper trail ye nimu nkrofo a ye wo mu wi a ye kofi kwaku ama salifu ye nim nti eno an se ye be from so mo fa ye sika mre 32 years times 3 no 96 ye nyemu 50% cry ye betumi dey start. Number 2 nkrofo p e wo Ghana wo mo ye adwuma wo mo ntua taxes wo mo own businesses multinationals ni p wo horoma ye nye wo mo the right taxes. Sasikani na ebeba become. Na fe tax rebate ye de ma multinationals ni na no ye betwem. Ye ma womo close to $7 billion a year. Ade. Na wo wa fanchen, na wo kwaje 3 billion wo IMF. Ye betwem. So, ndi eno ne sika ye de beye. Now, enye ubia na beye agriculture. Eno nti agriculture na intia ye de 10 billion e kwashim ni se ewo divisions bebree we youth now wo university and tertiary now into chemicals and chemistry and biology ye wo chemical pharmaceuticals ewo agriculture wo tertiary now kusua into finance ye wo banking ewo agriculture woko tertiary school now kusua into aeronautics ye ba be create ye hub ye be fly planes wo Sunyane Brown area ho woko into agriculture now kusua bibi about engineering ne technical skill ne know-how mechanics ye ba be ye engineering because woman na ye fleet of machines ye ba be deployed to in full so ye mega farms no woman be many now so until they're going to be real estate, banking, finance, pharmaceuticals, research and development, medicine sectors be ni na ya under agriculture until obia wako university bi no ICT information technology ni na no ebewo into agriculture and so who kokosua there on ABI ICT and so as a specification who were under the Department of Agriculture and so now we're Juma but what you say inti eno so na be the first strength of industry say equity yenya ton nyoma no ni yenya sika baka then we go to the next level no ebeye domestic nyoma no fridge air conditioned building materials stove iron sa nyoma ni na your second level so the companies name for a year bebu no so and also procurement wom finance wom sa factories ni na nti eno na ba be absorb nkofo free unemployment pool no so long as nkofo start e make sika yes spend sika no nkofo nso benya the funding akọ womo businesses mu nti entrepreneurial development no eno so be build nti businesses bi wɔ hɔ nom a yɛnka ho asɛm ɛwɔ structure a mede abɛn nso sɛ ya wowɔ anya sika no wobɛtumi de ama ɔba which media about no so could be a business in that area. Nani now absorb unemployment. MSC super system because we be a business spending and only created a friend of economic combustion. But what I say?
Okay, and now let us move to Charlie.
No, I mean I know.
Frankie, sir, una bisa questions this year, no?
Me and Busaye. But you'll be the question, the question about it. And then Busaye. Maybe what four questions at the mark you are Kofi granting. Miss me the Kofi's miss me the money, but if you the man. Four questions.
That's a question. Well, let me tell you, because of the power. I think next week you was obviously a Bantino. Senior Mayor.
Okay, my question back Mr. Kofi Pacho, I didn't say na odia to ho ama labels. Omo amoye nkofo eduma. Edi o hyehyɛ a odia to ho ama sankofo yi.
Pacho ane nina beba in labor laws ne yebesisa nina because you say who say ahoko no ne Ghana fo ne pii no wo mu bu nipa. Nti ye beye law no. Nti uba na obe high nipa enye wo na akọ set up law ama no. Ye law no na wo de ba beye adwuma na de employ nipa. Ti said ye no Dubai. So said you be tua ne ka benefit out of no ne pension ne retirement sa no many na the state ne be set it up. Won't me high Ghana ni citizen na wo won set rules so man say oh the man 20 hours na just say or ye part time into so nya benefit into me employ only part time me employ only 18 hours so
I think the next question here one ma any adwuma nso e
one more nya adwuma no said ya me kan a few minutes ago no say wo nya adwuma government no ebe ma aduane edi ye be ma check how the bedi say unemployment and I say be a winning skill set and I say be a we yare and government be ma aduane no wedidi nti no ye be yin krofo afi poverty below poverty mark no ye be yin krofo afi ho so nti de nti na ma nkrofo pii nya adwuma no number 1 adwuma ni ho number 2 nkrofo pii nya trained nti part of your SBA small business administration they say obi a wako school kakra obetumi aye bibi nsa no dwuma no wokọ kwa na ye train wi na amount certificate na ye de what to database so nti obi ehia nipa aye dwuma mana you know a while back make can we na nkofo say Kofi we dey won na kakra nya dwuma na am say really someone na amate Uber Eats they say open aduane a wokọ app so wo frɛ a ye de aduane beba no atua bibi ama wo they say cry de wo de ka charge no 5 years ago 10 years ago me ka say me we anko bia ka say oh na why na obeta diane na wo do anya moto na de be brem say one of the biggest industries for Ghana say me bibi kra komo bi was printers me friend na me tia kan maka say me na dia ma Korea no dia koma no so because your app ye dey inti sa obi a we tailor ni we mason we carpenter wo app so wo database so obi pe carpenter abeye na adwuma okọ app no so a na ya friend say one call app no so ankofo obi o ya approved that obese wadwuma wonni recourse wontumi fa no court say wase adwuma wontumi fa ansa kan no wontumi nyi usika free no wontumi nye until we're going to force people to get onto the system because it protected the buyer and it protected the person so the seller.
Okay.
It comes with
well sound. Mela Kofi Ernest mamusa na mikoshi we. Mpacho who wan she say bi na say emra bi a ebe kwama religion.
And she say ya e wo ho ema religion say
Frankie o question na asan. Next week now hono e try to next week now wa answer ne. Obisa ne aka no.
Mate, mani you ya mate Ernest mate.
Okay.
Pacho mitimi we ano.
Bacho betimi ya no man.
Okay. Inti religion is a obia wun Thursday. Okay. Obia. Oh, ready. Obia wun. Then I also.
Bacho kasa. I said,
as far as religion is concerned, religion, I'm sorry now, no, you bet there's but on to me, oh,
what's me answer? Oh, I see a bit TNT.
Okay, it's religion, no, and sorry, neighbor, be places for worship now, as I say, called designated areas. Wouldn't mean sorry, ain't see a sorry, and I must see baby, as I say, called designated areas. Into your grandfather properties are yes, may approve now your grandfather ni na your grandfather just say you be scaling in now down at some point, you know, you be move almost every home. Now, religious center piano as I said, which are their friend social responsibility levy. Now it me the bois importantema wo ye was sorry no nkola wo ho no it me bois wo mo ye co parks ye co events na amankola no so any age but they would need license to operate as software won't me operate so inti I say we so
okay
research to make sure say wo nimdeɛ no a ɛsɛ sɛ wode leading nkurɔfoɔ ansa na woatumi agyina baabi afa bible ɛbɔ kyene ɛgye collection daabi wontumi nya
okay yeah that's it and yeah Charlie driver driving Brachas.
Yeah, bro. If I told you,
yeah.
You with it. Now, me that young papa say, Cassia pa say when you're that. Now, I bet translate these questions. In fact, I bet you can say so far they are a minority, but more powerful. I say a giant political parties, you're all Ghana because you to new one say you bet you be some questions. Ama sa MPP any NDC na only one adaje ma ye papa nya sa adaje we dia me bona baso onko so no onye odi sa adwuma di ma ye na mpacho the question ba kwa me wo ama ye papa ne say Ghana no me di bani eto ho no mo a em say ye di any auto resources so ade ba kwa kan ye me de pa no obi ya your resource but me mo Italy and America sa no me ka say free Italy Italians in gold only cocoa on sheda ni adie biasa and so on the one get to form am on the building o man ya obamu ahoto wom na ni nyina ye fine until the finding for ye boni a ye nche won ko police station go waste two time ye found cause on ko ye drag and on ko ye any criminal offense bi pa anya de ye go police station go waste two time ye hu wa na ye gina and ye driver na we ye bibia wonum nsa e na mkroma ye tro ade ma na wakwa ko tro ye tro e ka ma no wakwa ko tua people to your papa no person business so what just had no one say enu beti am yeska classing gold any cocoa e combine together say fine no ba ko no and the next question ba ko so they say me brother mo Ghana be need to form say ye di opanyi bia si company bia no a say company pani run e dey go on one kotokuom odigu no kotokuom because minimum bia na oye adwuma e wo gasam casa a company car no the personal business no the swan near my adman call for obi so adwuma ECG or no so sa ECG casa a bank car no now or the swan near my cement man call for a enuma personal or the good go to go e ti me hu say ye obi to police ano a police no or ye adwuma sikani nyina ko police penny no ana ye obi to say or doctor penny a the whole Ghana sikani nyina ko no no enkwa bam eti wafa sa ade no ade o de besisi sa akwan no a wo fo wie sika na ana kwan ben so no befa and what the bedi say juma de no de amaye because my dia I have me kakra ani nyina akosi supervision ade ade ene ye papa ebe ye de supervise enkofo e wo ye manu atiska nyina akwa abem because ye ne sa I think say ono aka so ko benya sika e de abu o man me da ase me how me no eno no me da ase pa
yes yeah that's it you
simple. The entire simple. This the first one our kind of your policy mu. Aya na amount for sikufi aya anko count 7 na nkrofo but me kind of what we feed so your friend proactive monetization and correction. So anything bibia we ense da enye se we nipa bone no ye waste too time ye de betwe aso na emum ye de benya sika ye de siesie o man no enti eno ne proactive monetization no enti ze bia baby ense se o park o ho ye be clampo o park o ha ye be clampo ye clampo o ha o be tuska o be tueska would do circular baby eje se wo mo ejina lodu na manfo ejina lodu na posifo no ejiji hu sika ye chill camera chill pe wo posini no wa sign paper ye be you the straight untumi enko arbitration kra ye you the instant justice because I see a different for say massa we zero tolerance and I said the okay no obi a oye adwuma oko passport officer can you imagine say Ghana passport office okwa panyin bi ena wabesi office inside the passport officer or twa pictures no de bo ankrofo obi say open passport ntem a memeboa na when your passport ntem no atwa sika ma no adai na yenye no a part of the Ghana service na you offer to go for a passport no mpacho me dey make am say woko the DVL woko ye onkrata obi wo hono ma oye adwuma ma panyin bi a wo pe onkrata na wo de ma na obeye na wanya onkrata ntem na mo obe charge wo ade na enye a function of the DVL sa intimpanyin for no ma ye companies associate government services in chain no the bank of apu we ye adwuma ma government a wuntumi enye adwuma bia bio enka ho a ema osika muntie de America no we ye minister wuntumi run no company we ye driver ema government wuntumi nye driver na onu company bia wo san ye adwuma within that so say we ye debi we ye adwuma ma government one eno ne efe so tua oka yehu sa pe yebe final na yasan yiwadi na wasan dem nti enti na make say enyoma miense a eye most important to make Kofi granting change the constitution, eradicate corruption, and institute a national development plan and a tresom sa nyoma 3 and frama infant chenkra yan obia opese oye president a onye sa nyoma 3 ontumi sesa Ghana me na make kire ti obia anti honi change the constitution, eradicate corruption, institute a national development plan. 1 year sa nyoma 3 year you can never make Ghana successful. Into obi opese oye president I want to me anka conclusively anchire mo said the obey sa nyoma 3 mon pass it upon them. Woman to me nye Ghana. Omoboa.
okay that's it me know about Rahel and I be my Raphael
Hello.
oh yeah
Good afternoon. Michia Ubia and your papa when you can say, oh, Baba, BTA, and so the award the man, nay, the honor so the man, Yami Shano. Now, my question is very simple. Few months to an election. ya papa minimum dear say wato the whole Ghana. A dear na say wato a dear no who ya. The first 100 days, any 3 months, no person was apart from near mammy and son or boss.
Sɛ yɛbɛnya nsuo anom, sɛ yɛbɛnya aduane adi, sɛ yɛbɛnya access to medical healthcare. Saa nneɛma 3, nsuo, aduane, healthcare. More than anything.
Thank you so much. If I may ask, your party, do you have offices around Obia or region be able to probably have your party card and answer to probably also support in campaigning? And answer you've centralized everything in Accra here.
Okay.
And yes, I centralize it, but according to Electoral Commission the Constitution, we are not required as an independent candidate to have offices. Inti sentino sikabia yebenya no yede ekoshe your friends saying yen campaign mu sana akoye inti
Okay. I'm saying network.
Yeah, papa network ne ha no.
Motemenka.
I feel it too.
Yeah.
Na obi phrase mu we dey monka fra inti na say me cut ni pa kro no. But what dey me kai?
But yeah, papa can't corruption. Is it that our leaders, the current, the past leaders have failed Ghana in the fight of corruption, or it is our culture who has also played a major role in fighting corruption?
How a person gets into power is the determinant for BBR. How do you elect your leaders? Inti, that is what Ghana for say answer. How you elect your leader no sets the stage for BBR is. So open say leader no or this sika from HRM or talk cars or ye show or ye to sika go from ye cheap fridge, ye cheap flat screen TV, ye chempaboa, ye che mekana NSS on the Wellington boots na hano. So obia oche sika bia no enye free. Obia oye bibi from bia no wakọ sign it na edi sika na ma no into your bar wo ho ba be kyerɛw nti so wakọ sign na Akufo-Addo bay eden no tumi fa 127 ministers. Hey, first 4 years 127 ministers. Womo dey no womo ye womo na boy na edi ye breed sika na ye dey election nti wo Ghana ni no ye dey be ye nsu ama wo no ye dey tua minister ka ye dey atop bungalow ama no ye dey ama no V8. So, into how you elect your leader no, determines how you live after the leader gets power. Into you make the decision. You're going to 2024. Kofi Kranti okay. Into if I say mo pena munim Kofi Kranti, what are you willing to do to make sure say Kofi Kranti obeba? Because the same thing goes over again. We yet an election of who is better, Mahama or NDC or MPP. We a fight for your life because they say that life support so. Ghana the life support wumpo the life support so. Tough decision. It's not tough, but what I would say, no. Don't only not vote for a party, no, vote for the right person. Mama can't say with the Ernest, Mr. The TN said, Uncrofo P. Becca say, Mempe NDC this year the NDC one more anye nyoma pa obi beka say this year MPP anye eyi papa this year the me nipa we said your yen nyoma na men to abama no but say one ko to aba no na wo say what to where we still vote one ko to aba nti no obi beto nti effect anka ordinarily no wunya no wo bema obi de akosoro because one ko to aba wo ko to aba na wo elevate ni pakro no nti you have to pick the right person say yeah to aba na makofi granting na ko to ma no men ka say oh me de me MPP me NDC nti no this year men to ma wo mo nti men to aba de bi to aba na ma the right person. Because one to abana the right person, a west crossing say what to abana the wrong person. Because at least that you know say what to my wrong person. That's the decision we have to make. Questions
My last question now means form. So a host to November my opportunity. My last question no.
Mpacha obetimi ese nipa wa chire be brentinka.
Where anka short na anka mesi form na wa pick obi.
Okay, fashion. Na yenko.
Ekasa Mr. Kofi Granting. Who is Mr. Kofi Granting? What do you stand for? In simple terms, what is your what is Kofi Granting? What do you stand for? It could be one word. Thank you so much.
Decisive, principled, on board.
Decisive, principled,
thanks for the opportunity.
God bless you.
Okay. Rafael, yeah, that's the okay. One love. We pay billion abana yako Oliver ho.
Yo. Me pacha me ba mana.
Mpacha obetimi aba. We be our question.
Me da say me wo question makoma akofo obi am pese me bisa ya papa.
Yes, sir. Over limited. We be set to next week now only 2 hours.
Me pacha me wa ha no obi abisa 44 me srawo. Questions na atami ache. I question we come about banyama me bisa.
Also, Ernest, one set guidelines from the beginning. This is the problem you run into. At the beginning of your government, at the beginning of your government, as I said, we'll set the stage. Now we'll make rules, no obiate no as I say, when the rules here the and you never budge.
Thank you.
One yes, sir. MPP and DC government.
Thank you. Thank you.
My first question. Me no me no na dia dance say MPP and this your mobile power. The people are back supporting them, and when it comes to power, sanko for them making sure some bebo obi am obi enya biedi. Eno na ma o man mu yeden. Is ya so you hear your third fourth for ya obi a price obenya mmoa efi abonten. Na mpese me bi say no say emwo na omo je free amanfo ho no. Enkoye MPP ni NDC DAB. Omo power omo so ba bete omo ka. I know my first question.
Yo, and I said, what can I say? I'm explaining and more money to your mini abema. Who could Jim and one fear bontia? Oba, ubechia. Because who could ya mouth terms so? Or see, oh, dear, J. Corey, a become handsome. As a gun in your opposite or ye be mouth. Would you be able to say, oh, bra, may I? Now, bet me saying, oh, would your mamma your mount because what him say, oh, yeah, your mouth, yeah. Price of the bubble, who make us wound Yanica. It was oh, mamma, one more Jessica Nasa, oh, would you Gina Payana, would you make sure so I win and open more, okay, about 10 million. Oh, 20, okay. 30, oh, say, I got 20 more now, you're 15, not just a me winning. Okay, now, bar now, the Ubi. We cry about Chinako.
And the question we no, I said that to Jamasum. And me pese me ma mini anuma, me papa no ma mo pese mo be di president. me pesanka mamu njim one free individual bia ho mo amomfa wa hoden ene de awurade de aboa mo no mfa nko na awurade ya adom no de akonwan ma wa yenim se obi bia ni ho obo a e ma wo ba power ntinya avia za wo kotua we ka wo de we kwato DC wo de we koma official ana koma we aha anti pacha so tama asesa de arama come second question.
One love enunti na me wa hey enunti na Ernest adaroma wa mama ba hey me ba be ka kire mu se me sedi muhumia na mehume me nkwaji sika obia ntumi nka enunti na magro no nya mo fe no mo pesa nka bae na me tu sika me se mo mra na party office kese ne de case na krom na dwen ne e bonwom speakers akese na mai ya hyehyehye bikini ne tete kai so ne na tese moni agye ase akwai the government mu bede sa na mo pe eka ne de ba me ye dry
Mo call me second question.
me ye adwuma no koso
Me pacho me no mienu ina di adanse ne Ghana fo ina di adanse se MPP ni NDC na wo parliament akonwa no se wo be ye president ya se wotumi nya more seats se na be ya wo betimi ebu oman no because your constitution no actually say you need more seats in parliament before you can control the parliament and before you can control the Ghana. Me no mienu na so di adanse say ansa no bi betimi abeye president wo Ghana no chisho won the MPs or won the officers or MPs in parliament and san with me abeye president menim say unyanya MP ba kokra of parliament inti kwa ben na be fa so a ube win election way
yo minua and the oka na anya na kure nti so ate anya na kure nti ifri wadwene anya na kure se as ube di president no as say wo enipa ewo parliament as say ube ye as I say wo ministers ewo tanuman the oka ni na anya na kure the no kure na say wo parliamentarians wo betumi aba parliamenta wo betumi de wo mapa wo betumi awini election no on woman merits no dey about parliament woman parliament woman ye woman NDC MPP no woman loyalty no enye to a sitting president woman loyalty na eye to woman constituents e woman constituency woman na ye woman say woman parliament imme di woman me kansem emobo nsem ho niemfa enioma mpuntuo enioma emra woman constituency nti ono no parliament owo no oba se obekon ama ne constituency one me president ye no eno emfa eho de woman kan say wo president no pese o ye bibi bibi na wo ye no ase yadwene mu ntene ye ni ade a na ne abase as I said, majority and minority or more more parliament. And I say, we bobo who say, as some are who can't and you be funny, dear, Juma. Naminia, Maba, me a president. Me ban na me say, me ye bridge. E wo kruma. Walk up bobo who say, Yama papenya na me monye. Se bridge no, e kaya di tuano, si cano wo, nanya say, a bobo sia na mo bia watching. Ube see me quite say, me bridge no. Maybe so. I know ni line.
but no mienu di adanse se ansa na obi ye beye bibi e wo Ghana no menim say ko parliament ansa parliament aja to man sana yetimi aye ndi se woni parliament ya obeza na wetimi aye bibi wo ana wa hyemra bi kura wo Ghana e mana ye
Eno na me catch row say upa parliament e wo adwuma esese wo beye ma wo constituents ti dey make any you waba parliament say ube wo fufuo na wo parliament wo American asemo wo constituents na enye fufuo di me president ne me buy me say one love wo fufuo ya wo we enam eguso no so nti me de nam e ka ho ama na wo constituency fo no enye fufuo ya di no manya na mawe wo be ka che me say kofi emfa nam na mre ne yempe se me ye NDC ni se me ye MPP ni me bre wo constituency for na mo ma we mo ma ho ato ma wo be stop me and I wo be mama ye na ma de aboa one love utie
litiopa
me bisa question me boa my duma wo no ye you say be ye wo parliament watumi ya wo be stop me and I be boa me.
Me pacho me no mienu na nim se me no kasa sisi ai. Ya ye wo platform so ye mu bebre di adanse se ye na ye si MPP ne NDC for ya akronfo MPC akronfo president ya akronfo enti wo be nya be di president na wonni obi a parliament asa ankofo na na ade o mbe ye adwuma akronfo na na ade o mbe adwuma enti o so be make sure say wo so tiri mu po na wo de ba na nya adwuma na ya kasa wo so ye kronfo enu ntina me bisa bisa sa questions no enti me pa ansa ne ye pa.
Okay, maybe a question when you know, but my main team view said the other TRC. Well, loyalty, no, to constituents. Now, see hey, because I had a couple people confused. Well, Juma we as a parliamentarian would decide to say ye sika di akoye mpuntu Juma ewo wo mpoto ya. As I say, executive officer, ye president, no approve no ma sika na ode koye. Yes, I will Juma no ntwenye. They make what I say. Person what take on say. What you know I say. And yes, who tie me what you say na Jimmy so. Na me
Mato ase sa o kasa metie na mafo aba.
Debbie, who tie doesn't mean say you understand. Unti tie as for ni. Unti they me catch on say. Who here me na me approve who project amount na mama osika. Now they acquire the opposite way. Until we have to work together. Yes, I won't yes sika. Enkoye adwuma esese wo ye no nti time no du na wo nkrofo vote amawa wanye adwuma bi ama wo ma ye be vote out they make what I say
but Matthias here
very good nti no you have to work with me because we sika wo here wo de koye mpuntu adwuma ni na me na say me approve nti wo tumi ma me kasa wo ne me be ko. Number 2 they me ba be ye na no ma mas me be ye PDS ana me be ye ejapade what the friend ejapade no what ehon empanyin sem what ana
Matipa me wo we no document no
document very good ma mas me be ye ejapade ma mas me be wia Ghana fo inti me bibia me ba be ye no me ba sa me be boa Ghana fo a ewo momo constituency no inti eye den na wo ka kire me say Kofi yenti skankoye bridge yenti skankosi school yenyi skankoye hospital na wo no parliamentarian no beka say me NDC me MPP nti me ne nya adwene e masa because me boa ma wo adwuma na ye easy me ato aba ma e na se wo ka say wo ne me nya adwuma time du ne ebe yiwa mekọ simpie so akogina so aka say akwa we obaaye o se me ye menye ne party ni penti me maniska bre boa ma o se onye nti munyi ni free ho ebe yiwa free ho so.
Okay, me pacho me akate number 3 question me pacho.
No,
yeah, 4. There be that 2. And you kind here, maybe that 2.
Yes, ora okay, ora bisa we no wa hu. Na fa ba kono che. Ba se
bisa we no. Okay, Mr. Kofi Kwanten, Mr. Manager Bebre, say when you saw the Hono Sobe president at the Ghana. And menu in him say Ghana Nyakra ni Kumase, Ghana Nyakra ni Tamale, Ghana Nyakra ni voter. Ghana, Ghana son, you could almost about 56 constituencies, or say 56 something seats our parliament. Enti mesro ni die mo ahobo ban na waya se wodi betu MPP ni NDC ato agu na wetimi aba without wuni majority like wuni first offices wuni stations here area campaign ma like only social media na me hu say people are campaigning for you wuni office bia enti emwa ban ahobo ban na waye so di betu sa osone ne chini kakraka ato agu bi wamnim say dua keto a wosi ho enya knife na editwa dua kese ye de soma machine ye ditwa dua kese ye mfa knife nkogina dua kese asese yetwa ahobo be na waye na me last question am bi saw
Yo me da se ye mfa knife entwa dua kese na ye de matches dua ba ko pe na ye de be hye dua ni na agu fam e anu akaye no. Now number 2 wo ka say wo na wo ma MPP ne NDC power because NDC MPP or sika 100 billion krampa uni power chi se ye de kukumoti atanichi nti wo a wutie me no na me pese me ka asem na eto akoma so se me ma mase me bedi president o me ba se wo wa ho hia wo mu no na me ba se menim se de ebetumi aye na wo ho bedwodwo na wo bedi didaa na ukọ hospital a eduro wo ho wuchim wo pipe nsuo beba yennum wo kanea wo ma benye adwuma aye wakwan ye besiesie no nti maba na me de asem papa se ya brewa aden na wo pese wo ne meko me ba se wo bete mase se ene se papa yi de asem papa se na abade a ene ye nso de ene ebeye ne de aboa no because minim se meni ahoden meni sika a mene obia kwa akosi ani na mmom se me kama sem na ye nokore na eto moma koma so a mono mode asem no beko ama ye na ye na ye di nkunim ama Ghana efise enye memeyie ye na ye maame ewu ene ye be ye yie nti obia de ne kakrawa na eba sa ne tie.
Okay, yeah, that's it. Billion or
Yeah, Mr. Cranton, good afternoon. Good
Good
evening.
afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah, maybe questions be brief, but it's just to motivate you, sir. In Jumapana mo no munkoso na monye. Your social media and so educating the public, for them to how do you call it, peg themselves of these for instance two main political parties, omudi or mining SIAD independence so enya oh nti ye be show den say koso na ye ni sa. The question I me what man is to the host Ernest.
Yes, sir.
Ernest wo beto ama bisa Kofi Kranti.
I question will be said as I will to me for.
So was baby crow or the alcohol. You see, Ernest, as somebody in an say.
David, me say question I say.
Let's not create any different thing. The only person answering questions here is Mr. Kofi Kranti. It's Mr. Kofi Kranti. So let's
control your show. Ernest, know what you say. You know how many yes. So don't allow for certain people to stretch overstretch things. Simple. We be some question. Also we be some question. Many yet here until let it end there. Why?
Yeah. And the question have you said me and answer advice.
And I can there. You too.
Because also what can say? Yeah, social media. No, I say social media. So yeah. You maintain every hour you mean who you That's the point. Now, say who is a question? So I don't say another point. Okay, you mean who you So question there, may answer actually.
Thank you.
At time this way, Mr. Covid.
Thank you.
Yes, that's no motivation. Oliver. Billion na yenti yanko Oliver. So Billion ma me fa obi o was here. So we point member.
Yeah. Ernest, meda wasi. Masa babiem. Mr. Kofi.
Yeah.
Where the so question be na assassin man bisal. What din komo bebre? Ya din komo bebre, but as an economist, and so also a background of finance. In the
background of finance don't make you an economist.
Okay. Sorry. But yesi can sem hono. Sisi yesidi titiriu. Yesidi. Na 2016 through the MPP for the campaign case was a city no Sunday a bit me wording. But some of the defect to ye cities no a bini say yam found within the private sectors or the private companies Ghana ha. They operate in Ghana, but they paid some of their workers in dollars. Ghana ha. We operate in cities, but they paid some of their workers in dollars. And say you and I say ya to Abama say be ye man pinina.
Mitie
so na obefa so a obema ye cedi no dominate the maximum strength. Broni di nisika de ba Ghana. Was say what defa Bank of Ghana. Na osisa ne dollar no into cedis answer na we bet media operate we ma what media operate.
Excellent.
Say only ye din commodify sabia ne kakra ma me. Na ebiem nso ba ku biem. Eno nso ejina how eno nso jina ye human resource. Free titinyina, which is 1957. Aye benyina no ye nya kan ye si Ghana ye wa goodie Ghana de ye wo bibia ye natural resources bibia ye kama. But as it stands now, ye natural resources omotu ano sabe omani ye nya ho mfaso bia. Ene ye koko akuyafo a omo wo ye krasi koko nimpawu into within the next 2-3 years no koko nkrawan hwa ye nya bi. Na ama ya making very good use of our human resource. Bet me jinaso ye be jinaso ama na generate more funds to strengthen our economy than ye cocoa sectors na ye di ye ni ya shisha ni ye gold sectors atem bia ban bia bo mu bebu ye kalabule fa ho mu bebu ye kalabule fa ho na ode band titru we hia me pa ode band the better your mining sectors and so. Not what picky Ghanaians train them, na say you schooling train them, see say at the end of the day, Ghana for now more training, you know, or they have the logos. They are competent enough to take over. Name state-owned assets. You bet you go, you know, or mine kasa betu, you better refund the waha, you be ye bibia enkwa manone, na manone fwa bahaba beto ewe ye nsemi. Inti baako ye human resource ena baako nso ye seed no inti Mr. The hun komo kakra ma ye.
Okay, inti very simple. Say the basis of the PCA na ye focus on agro-based industries, no. And it's you see, no matter how much we want a human resource, no. Say human resource, no, and yet competent. Now, woman need complexities a waste. Woman, need for so be brave. Inti, enuntina debia say Mahama can be said or by 24-hour economy. Me who say the whole MPP ne nkrofo a woman kasa no woman te ade na say. And it say and NVIDIA one microchip woman to metono it be $150,000 one microchip. Bisa who say woman saying na ubetumi aye no watono $150,000. So in we are ubetwa a bre nipa bebre hours one be spend it at the anwene as asene say duano. So much waste of human resource. Utumi die computer baako robot to me design a microchip that cost $150 in minutes. So when competency level, na the competency level never. Inti oman biano SSA would do baby we go into high technology and no nebema competencies na aba. Na competencies neba ene obi betumi aye adwuma 4 hours a day na yetuaneka $5,000 a month.
Yeah.
But nedwuma ye ne ye highly skilled inti aye kakra bi so otuaneka bebre. Inti says kana otuaneka no do betumi high garden boy or the be how high house girl or the be driver na ono so boa na economy no or spread the income no but what you wanna say
Me pacho
now
Matthias.
to do that no as I said Ghana no yeah a high technology country they say yeah a very low technology country yeah here poverty a woman no because yeah technology low. Into one of the things that may say you be investing very high into technology, but answer near base as I said, the first level of agriculture and you meet near edianidi. Now ye export to ye added value near export to near foreign exchange reserve now. And no ever reduce your dependency on the dollar. Say no, you need forex, you need dollar our system no. Inti no obia $80 because dollar no ne sustain price. Uko ye bibi edano na me dem kakra bi me hu coins, me hu 2 cedis, me hu 1 cedi, me hu 50 pesos. I'm say hey, clear coins e gu me dem bebre no. Mempe bottle bi mfa nwum na eye ma nti me start to pay bottle kesi bi a me de ba begum penam say akwai yama unim nyansa wo bottle no be ma na sika na ye worthless
Yeah.
nti the best time I would be this CD no today because ochina no value na confirm so
Yeah.
nti in a dollar situation different because dollar no one must stabilize the price nti obi a person di ni dwa dollar mu na or stabilize the value. Who government no won't mean control sadly because who currency a week and a government in Ankasano or no or nane city no the akudidja ewa bridge
Yeah.
or my ma enya for a nyoma here. Indeed, the way a government waiting into my answer our first question, I mean, of course,
yeah.
The way a Bema government actually stabilizing the currency and they say, as I said, woman of value. Wokwa abrochi na wukodi dwa America for ene wiasifo na atena se aka kire om se obi a wudi dwa di no dollars mu na ono na fetch dey no no print in dollar no photocopy so o print ya no dey abegu system o print ya na just on dey omre o print no dey abegu system na mo dey mo pre mo ho bufa so per dollar eno no dey aye adwuma enu nti na say BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, all the other nations, de-dollarize it. You move free dollar, no prominence, I say. Now, obia using the currency, no the DJA, which should be the said here. Inti the Eba Bani said, maybe to me, ye cocoa. Now me the Kwama no say, the Intia may make a cocoa, and say cocoa ye renewable.
Yeah.
Diano, which are very good. Inti the American say the cocoa no you try near the kwama no ne you try na ye processing near add value near toma bruni ewa mano near sika ye benya no ye ko near kotonga or no my dollar na ye say no my cedi only cedi ye better no nya cedi no be tire pa who pay cocoa ye say ye mpe bibia ye pe cedi. No, just by that doing, no, one ma CD no so. Because no, there's no copy CD or cotton CD. No, cotton CD cheap. They are not cocoa no benya cheap.
Okay.
Yeah, say the highest value what currencies no mo no ne ye de ye ho be bata no. Eno na akoye say dollar sisi na ama dollar na nya yeso no. Nti the be say ye nye dollar na mo ye be ka say okay. O pay cocoa ye be ma $10 billion of cocoa. No, bridges from Ghana to Burkina, no, your bridges, no, now you're quite na you see. Sani, a person negotiating. Set Pacho, what you know, I say.
Matu was
One year, Sadia, Libya.
Oliver Pacho, or the yeah, now, or you know the main question about Kwame Wunti. My name on clear her quick, mommy. Mr. Kofi Pacho. me question ehia me kese pa ba ko so ni we Ghana ya di koko so mfa so ma koko ibi se koko pa minnim the way oye ade bi ade ye ho na ye ka minni se de aye but nipa o di koko bra Ghana no ni ye me mma ana ne nananom o wa dwuma na tempo bi se oba betwa wani ahwe omo every koko futu say bia koko ayre kwa bruchi no o de futu every year bia no o futu bia obi be boa papa na busuafo ana.
To tell the truth, I heard it make us imagine a question per minyada. I'll be very honest. I have to give it to you. May really start in a way, but Netini say near my ye de be boy panintino. You say who was system a human centered, which ye babe na. Ernest, and who he has said will be a special provision beyond any special group of people because obienya necessary. So, Natia acquire bibi to say yes, say a mount protocol, no, and say, Wabre, Okomamponga, Tetequashi down, me correct. Mitchum, send me fear cropon, to Mitchum, Tetequashi down, who do a crown, Cassie, who see Tetequashi down, Hano Dico by Dungby or the Attache down, yaw. So, inti ye be rejuvenate, Sania man say, na ye. Mampon no crana, a bit dear cocoa ho, not to send it be away or Singapore. Obi be call uncle be call every year. No one quiet and I then not the question de cocoa buy near day. No one say or buy no be a conway. Ghana, we don't know how to sell. Inti ye bear renditions of the Tequashi send or buy would do a cocoa near the unnum cocoa na say na uti real camu. Oh, I say train and went to Sono. And what they are the Akatason. Now, Namkuku, Miana Sisa, Ukobesa, 1 mile, walk a whole circuit. Upa, no to baby, was the cocoa cafe, a Honubenya chocolate, Ubenya cocoa drinks, Bibia will be a cocoa, no what to turn any be. Now they are, I mean, Bibis are not income, no, if you are weighing 10%, no, they are an ebushing for.
Okay,
So, that idea, but say you be my bush and finish be and then mama dream to what can obviously is a good idea. Yeah, the bay.
Mr. Kofi, the trap to okra. I am say mete wonka on the use of AI to fight against galamsey.
I Mahama no be kind. And you me.
And you won.
Now me be kind no.
Yeah.
You say the new technologies, you know. Yeah, the bear near my be them say na Mahama in his desperation say Obe we are line ni bi no there can be no be can say oh the AI be fight corruption.
No
problem. Me can say ye bit me ye the AI be ye sa no but on the level of Nana Mahama can na ma merichi mu say ye the munkrofo a wo ye galamsey ya wo bon Ghana epo. Until you don't need AI. Now me cannot say ye AI no ye AI ye de beba no ye de I no friend thing camp key bibi to say census best say wuram say obi validity sa sensor na parameter pe ebema signal ewo call center no be hu say hey obiri to koko wo ho and obiri to akoko no obiri to kala o sanya ye de census be say team locations inti so would to dotty na eye ema decibel be at a level sa decibel no say what the associate firma emfa decibel near emfa but the champagne or say excavator si firm noise vibration and noise ebe pick up on the sensor na I register location na no no abechiro nti that's the extent of the AI you be used. Nana Mahama and Denorekano, America say, if you know the people are where Galamsey, you just go and arrest them and put them in. You don't need AI because you know the people. Now me cannot say.
Eno metiasia but entiasia nin shada mai. Enti me free galamsey zone. The enti America no. Fa ne say is it natural resources whatever office wakra. Troops kwa or free ho aqua kucha 1 week. Ebi omoko yen 1 week galamsey yes for no mojai.
Oliver.
After 1 week, omoko troops in the hobby. Into who is there to monitor and see say the right thing is done.
Oliver.
Previous governance, maba or madisua and
na mekani. Na na catch us the call center na your best station in Wakra. Galamsey areas ni na call centers be ho. Inti se wonya alarm ne se ubiri ye Galamsey a. Number 1, enye warning na wore ba no abe ma warning. Wore ba no wabe apprehend nipa, abe chiri nipa. Na me kan what you say. Must say, hey, we are going to say, won't go fie, they go back to Accra, 3-hour journey. There be, Uba chilling nipa easy machines. Inti, the likelihood said the same person that caused our crime ni biono, zero. Because what this man tell no, one a financiers, here the mouse can out the cotton machine, a fat temahabo ne buy. Here ne cry, here dimu, company be dimu bank. Nearby. In the end, as workers say, Galamsey won't be fighter. It's a joke because Sheng Feng no EPC temahabo and san wodi si loader so and san wodi kurure no. Inti Sheng Feng biano machine biano wo number wo ID wo. Inti wo ID na say Ministry of Lands Commissioning approve ya a legal machine. How difficult is that? How difficult is that?
Okay.
What do you say? It's so simple, so easy. Machine be authorized, It was sensor one. Into machine ne sope call center who say machine yaso. To send a plane 40,000 feet above a year. Wo call center say put plane eduha say plane no go through turbulence plane no go so say they go through turbulence a register by F catch wrong say plane no you go through turbulence 30,000 feet 4 miles from Singapore 20 miles from Qatar intino now call center no a radio plane via our perimeter no say there is turbulence at this location into avoid it. Come on, man. Into then I can say Sheng Feng is from this is so simple, so basic. You cry now the cry. It's so basic technology nowadays.
Okay, Oliver. I'm a vigilance abam now. Actually,
vigilance, told me.
Submission. The can be for Galamsey and yes, Galamsey, dear no,
I come 10% per Mamma Casana Menu.
We are Galamsey, no, Galamsey, no one say, a crash or so, a patch of Munya, but yes, and common best.
I think I better Antino. You can ne poso yes because
Galamsey na ye kai best say you
San Chromasia now
what taking a good approach. Then so say policies are over inaugurating umpono. A bit discourages some of us, the youth. Say young koye Galamsey no cross him ni say. Yani yo Galamsey zones nibi. Na enye attractive sa say ye beko akoye garano and answer ye fearful ni be ebeko akoye garano because a juma na tedious It is a ube inaugurated policies are ebe ma meburu enye adwuma ye ebeburu ebe peja na economy ni ibe jina no enumpo in itself no one of the critical solutions into media mesre say ye dia soldier for AI any ade no oman ni sika na kwa bi so no ye nanso no say utimi inaugurate policies are very very interesting youth driven you say youth no do na ebe subscribe to your idea. Then ka won sign ana oman na ana abai no san po enkobo ka because AI asaba ye kai sika twitwiri die ene
Enye sika twitwiri die meja enye sika
twitwiri bi so no me ba cho me ba AI baby no ekwan baby so no because
bacho Bobby no ka say
Bobby na ka say wada roma
Bobby bacho udi na question na submission
galam say ne ho ade na make say adwene no eni ba akofo trim papa yi
but today we asking questions
anka me dey madwin kire mu no ho questions na ebisa na ekọ nti say anka woni question yema omo questions no embisa mi
father what cut me short to a fine matter
me that's Bobby say what you say I'm say vigilance what any question na
no a couple of questions for Mr. Granton. Mr. Granton, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, I followed your campaign for quite some time now, but then I've had the opportunity today to have this discussion with you. Mr. Granton, I believe that you have case studied what is actually happening in Ghana because I can confidently tell you that the government of the day is not being transparent with the people of Ghana on the real issues affecting the country, economic-wise, everything. But then I would like to ask, have you done a case study on the current situation we face as a country? And if you have, kindly let us know what we are facing and how you are going to deal with that. If you have done a case study on the current situation that is facing us, I would like you to update us on the current situation from your case study and how you are going to handle the situation.
All
That's
right.
my first question. Yeah.
Okay. The case study we've done now has revealed to us that we are on a path of no return. The country is bankrupt. The only reason what does so many sika and because of how much money Bretton Woods is making from Ghana and affiliated and associated institutions. Okay, if it weren't for that, this shop would have been shut down. Currently, at about 840 billion cedis of debt, no industries. We're about 99% absorbed in domestic market. There's no income coming in that's generic, organic. Most of the income coming in goes to paying government expenditures, and nothing is left to regenerate wealth. That's where we are. It's a pretty dire situation, and we keep putting money to non-essentials, like cathedral, like all the other things that are not important, not essential right now. And we have a government who don't care, who's not competent, who don't understand the issues, leading the country. They've done that for a very long time. And it doesn't seem that they've done that for a very long time. Very good. By them presenting themselves for public office again, that tells you that they really don't even understand what we're up against. So that's the case study. It's not a very difficult thing to find out. The signs are everywhere. If you take a look around now, look at the unemployment, 45% inflation, because we don't produce anything. So the four factors, which are high debt, high uncontrolled debt, high inflation, because we don't produce anything, we don't control anything. We don't have a foreign exchange reserve. We don't have any trade surpluses. You always go to IMF. So in a nutshell, that's the case study. And that just tells you these people don't know what they're doing because we have all the resources. Next question.
Vigilance echo.
Okay. Say before 4 questions. Yeah, before 4 questions.
No, I'm just website to my for the
Hello. Okay.
Okay. Hi, Mr. Quentin. Good afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Yesterday night I was on the Trust in the Law show with Kuku. Yes, and we took the Constitution down and we're breaking it down. I want you to.
First
let
time.
the
Wait,
audience know.
sorry. Somebody called in, so please let me finish with Mr. Cranton. Yeah, Mr. Cranton, I heard your answers to what I asked. So it means that you have a fair idea on what you face as a country, and for a country to be declared bankrupt, because this government is supposed to declare Ghana bankrupt, so we can speak to some of our senior creditors so they know what to do if we complete all of that. But then they've not done that. So telling us today that we are bankrupt, it means that you have done a case study, a very good case study on this. And then, Mr. Cranton, how do you intend to bring out of this bankruptcy and bring us to a middle income country or a middle class economy? Because looking at what we are facing now, is very deep. It's deep than we thought, or it's deep than what we are seeing now. So what are you going to do to bring us out of this situation that you have seen, bringing us from a bank? Because currently our economy, we are in a junk status economy. We are bankrupt as a country. Our foreign reserves are empty, and then, as you said, we are in a big mess. So, Mr. Cranton, how do you expect to? How are you going to bring us out of this mess from your case?
All right. So, some of the first things we're going to do is we're going to reduce government by more than 70%. Okay. We're going to suspend all non-essential projects. We're going to stop payments, emoluments to Article 71 ex gratia, and all the other benefits except for a basic wage and payments to all officers. That's the first thing. The second thing is we're going to stop the payments and the issuance of all the tax credits that were given to all these multinationals to the tune of about $7 billion. And then we're going to put monies, we're going to have everybody who needs to pay taxes pay taxes. There are a lot of big companies here who are not paying the right taxes. And then we're going to put the monies into, we're going to be aggressive into agriculture, because we want the output from agriculture. We want to give value to it and export to minimize, reduce the hemorrhaging of our finances till we start getting some serious foreign exchange reserves to pay down our debt and to go into the second phase of development, which is building a domestic market through a horizontal integration. That's what we're going to do.
Okay, Mr. Quentin, I think so far I like your answers. Maybe another time I'll come on your show again so we can have. But then my last question, I think I have some 2 questions to ask. Last question, Mr. Quentin, we know that if a country needs to develop, a country develops on the back of private sectors. And the job of government is to put down correct policies, good initiatives that gives public sectors and even private sectors the room to operate and to expand. So on this note, what are you going to do? Because I didn't want to bring this in, but then you said something about the 24-hour economy. But then let's leave that one. What are you going to do for privacy? Because your opponent, right now, we say your opponent, even though you have not been on the ballot paper, we say your opponent because your opponent, John Dramani Mahama, is saying that he's going to bring in a policy that is going to cushion private and public so that they can work throughout the night to fill out the gap we have the gap we have in the economy, because at night the economy ceases, and now he wants to put in a policy that will help private sectors and public sectors so they can fill up the gap we have in our economy. So, Mr. Cranton, what are you going to do for private and public sectors? Because after all you've said, cutting taxes, agriculture, and all of that, the economy needs to run, because the kind of mess we are in right now, we need an economy that will run without stopping to make sure that we are able to meet our demands, pay our external creditors, pay everything. So, Mr. Cranton, what are you going to do for private sectors so they can operate fully in their capacity?
All right. So the reason why I say the 24-hour economy gimmick doesn't make any kind of sense is because you have to understand. Now, I'm coming from that perspective because I want you to understand where I come from. Okay. With the interventions of artificial intelligence, augmented reality, virtual reality, cellular intelligence, quantum computing, nanotechnology, and all those technologies, it gives you power to do more in less time. So you don't do 24-hour economy. That's why I am going to do a 6-hour economy, because Ghanaians are going to be working less and living more, not working more. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that's where the genius comes in. You have all these technologies and you're going to work 24-hour economy, then what's the use of the technologies that you have? You don't understand. You're ignorant of it. That's what that means. And that's why I'm saying that 24-hour economy thing, they don't understand. And if you listen to them, they can't even break it down properly. Oh, one more year, Jumana, you well this, and you have high security. You cannot legislate people to go to work 24 hours. What you do is you create a middle class. You make financing available. If financing is readily available for people to get the training and the competence they need to start businesses, then out of their businesses, people make money and demands go up. And once demand goes up, nobody has to legislate for you to go past 8 hours. Demand is up. If you want to make more money, you produce more. That's where you blow past the boundaries of the 8 hours and you go into more hours, and eventually it gets to 24, if it does get to 24. But the consciousness today is to do less, not to do more. You do less. You do more in less time, not to do more in more time. You see? So now, talk about how we're gonna do it.
Mr. Franklin, Mr. Kofi Mpacho. Same question no. 24-hour no. Like how explain the English word 24-hour economy no, and our problem wo ho na say the shifting system no na our problem wo ho.
Okay.
Ernest, Mr. Cranton, you me. Let Mr. Cranton finish answering my question.
Okay, why clear on the explanation?
No, not at all. But so you can't say anything, so we should let Mr. Cranton finish because he was not done. Now Mr. Cranton was explaining it, was answering my question, but we're cutting into when so we cannot say that we are I'm okay with him or not unless he lands his point. Tina Mr. Cranton I landing a point so we can.
So 24-hour economy the next achieve maybe in say unya clear the under this also
yeah, because if Mr. Cranton is done, then I want to say this. Another question, Mr. Cranton, you will agree with me that all developing countries that have been able to meet up their economic demands, countries that have been able to boost their economy to this level, to where they are talk of the Americas, the Asians, and all of that, they have AI, they have the best technology in terms. Let's say China, for instance, the Americas, for instance. I know you've lived in America for some time, and you know all these people. They have the best technology in town, but then their economy keeps running on a 24-hour base. But then if you say you're going to run our economy on 6-hour base, a small country like Ghana, which we are not very familiar with this AI and all of that. And then when we say AI is not something we just put in a day or two to manifest. It takes time to get a country like Ghana fully automated, like into AI. So when you say you're going to let us work 6 hours, but in advanced countries that have AI in excess at their disposal, the economies do not sleep. The economies are running on a 24-hour basis. So will you say those countries are wrong, or they are not doing their best, or they do not know what they are doing?
Okay, so like I said, economies run based on demand. So if you don't have demand, then you must be stupid producing because nobody's going to buy. So the point I'm making to you is when you go to China, you go to Singapore, you go to Dubai, you go to all these places, they have high demand for that which causes them to go into high production. But even with that, you see, the point I'm making, and I want you to understand, is you have to exhaust the time, 8 hours that we have. Ghana, you're productive. You need efficiencies. Me pese mo temase ye tio. Eduma be na wa komu wo Ghana we high efficiency wo catch me, and I'll prove you wrong. Eduma bia, listen to me. Eduma bia wo be komu no. Wait ha. Oye eduma ne say ya o. Pacho upe bibi. Say high restaurant, Monton carpet wa ha. Nti ye ba si e bedidi. My entrance na ye pay. I mean, you go to a restaurant with people like I say, Pacho, can I help you? Most of the time, I know, auntie, my baby, oh, sir, really? Indeed, the American country on say, Woko easy. Woko any of the ministries at Ghana, especially on the public sector now. There is so much waste of human resource, waste of resource, waste, period. Obi be Juma 10, 3 o'clock, no I find a bag or coffee. So in many administration, we'll clock in at 8 a.m. Yes, we are late. You better till half a day. Indeed, there has to be high efficiency. Indeed, till set Mahamani NDC between approval actually and say Ghana systems a high efficiency. No, he doesn't have any business talking about 24-hour economy. Number 2. Ghana systems are running on personality. Obia we adwuma no or the nepe no they make decisions on near maybe. Indeed, there is no continuity and predictability with Neoma Yewa Ghana. I've done the research. Indeed, you need systems. We call McDonald's, sir. McDonald's a food franchise. And I call Kentucky Fried Chicken. Now, say I want to Ghana, Pizza Hut. They are systems. Systems nature say nipa krona ojina machine nechino onimnyanso the result will always be the same. And yet personality run. Ghana, more than 85% of a new expected results from now a personality run. Into based on personality no results necessary.
Okay.
Into the American I could take an hour, but you need
no.
Now, to go into 24-hour economy, there are 3 major and critical components: competency, connectivity, and your friend saying competency, complexity, and connectivity. Sanyoma 3. Tell me about the connectivity. Yo, Ghana. Connectivity has everything to do with mass transit. Ghana, or mass transit. Who need mass transit? You to me go into any economy or between I can say or what 24 economy. The first thing, connectivity. Mass transit here, train, buses, plane, waterways. Ghana, you need a better than why trotro no or pon 10 no. Why they may take you over a shift because of car no I park on the master fee and our park or lorry station as a order. Why they baby take you over? Wouldn't mass transit system, you can't have connectivity and competency. And no Ernest na me can't you before say answer na Ghana, you do a high level technology producing company. As you increase your competencies, you need competencies for Ghana. Then Woma ana den Sari. How much Sari any woman abetonga ubetumi de esidan? Companies send their computers for Ghana. Companies send their Adama PK watch, and our Rolex, and our Longines, and our IWC. Timepieces, yeah, computers, yeah, phones. Would need competency, no? Now what competency, no, Sukrana, would need complexity, no? How do you interchange? Master, we haven't even begun to understand it. Now, me say me baby and anything I may start to agriculture because agriculture na easy say you be training crop because you per volume. Into your training crop no na government officials so na ye do one baby complex niama no. Now the masses no go on the fields and production line no elevate. Now yet they are torn me ko ni jene. Wouldn't jene enkwa eba Ghana a day. Me tena say ye jene say jene back 1,000 cities. Jene a bottle back 1,000 cities. Articulator back to me the bottle 500 eba. Inti say articulators 50 neba Ghana a day. Do the math. Inti say jene nkwa ye diawa Ghana. Can you imagine sika ye keep it internally? And so ye inti see you go into agriculture aduane because obia have to see a didi. So inti anything you start to agriculture and also need the easiest thing for us to get a return near export.
Okay, Mr. Kofi. I think say a year or Miss made over direction of the constitution. And na ye kasa.
First time, but what do you say? A question wrong.
Yes, a question.
All right, Yanko.
Okay, Mr. Kofi. And na ye kasa na ye kasa no. Ye who say emrini na obia yusu Article 78. And na omode ye suggestion say untimi run our government. But now you need a discussion you say Article 290 states clearly in sequence form about finance, government, judiciary, legislature, nina illustrating or honum enti Mr. say Udu platform biaso na u count near also be you are coming to reduce the size of the government. I was say u status line no bia kono koye research no say you are not just boasting, but this is like for real. This is idea obey no a man for you do what you need you say asem na woka no no kre enti e idea oba obetima hyem kina without the parliament obetima hyem kina because it's there. It was already state over there. Say, idea cry entrenched. No, you can change it without the parliament. Medasi.
Minya.
Okay, yes, that's it. Nana Pacho ma obayin kana semi asa wajina se ho acher pa misrawa nana yamar 1 minute ajwa moda uye pere nana
Pacho Mr. Kofi me da sama mama konya ya maba platform iso Pacho matie wa she na asam kakra mpese me busane se question we dey da makoma so kakra
Yeah, so like Miniaba, we very important. Yeah, so light. Inti they say yanya light. Inti medase monkos.
Bacho. I think say meka omo a yetu kwan aba brochira say Ghana ye near ni da so Ghana say you give it up. And I say there's so much trauma ni pe bi no ko mu nti enigye say yes yo yebekọ ye krom no yato ya adwenem by me tie wo no ama menya hope say Ghana be ye yaso yebetimi ni ye man so asa akọ Ghana na de mpesa meka kakra wo mu say bia ensem about say monato ewudie esi wo Ghana for over 20 years haya mo kan cold cases sometimes enya yetimi hwebi na asemo ha che krampo na yetimi de nipa ne ba justice na ye ba ye kromu esi bebre na nokra ni moma ya na enya asemo ayeta aka ho asem bi a chepa se sia krampo na 21st century no se ba ye mofra ni bebre na omo Ghana no aye bebre mayo ne memu pepa chewo bibi say no wo enhyehyeye wo de ato ho se wo ba simple asam no ache krampo na omo etu wo mo no wo benya justice anaso bibetimi atie wo masem ama bibia tobokwa ama yensuso pacho me question no.
Absolutely. Ahoye area bia ahoye zero tolerance region. Ahoye unfortunately men kind of saying reforms here be wo ho no enye se ye be mankrofo afo mo ho adi because you say violations bi wo ho no ma ye nkrofo pie egu prison egu remand ne ade no ye be release wo mo na ya ma wo mo akoye adwuma wo state farms no ne ade. But when it comes to say 4 categories of people: disabled, elderly, children, women, said ye ba be shishe emra e wo ho no zero tolerance. I say even cry say obia where did them now what do you and sub bono now the BB bono now we should be good so asema beto no ebeyedene inti ehode because ye pese ye abusian for mun kan chere listen mama men kan say me chere there is nobody prepared than I am to do this. Men Adam. And when I talk about this, I get emotional because enyoma ye ba be ye no umfa won sanka obi ummo obi abuse obi rape etwam say enkola won mo kodeda deda na masa sa nyoma no wonye bio ye bedi ye hu ni because emra be ye adwuma we minister wo kra na ade enye no we panyin bi na okoye yi a dwantoa da memeba no dwantoa eye over dwantoa bi ani ho so intimini aba ye pese a society bi ni ho no ma elevate in consciousness and status social status womo emu womo emma inti one of the areas ye be masa de na ye adwuma ne say ye ma de masa ye ma de emfa wasem ko kra jayen wahaya because sani enu be no be free krom ha wo ma ha kra bio ye ma because woman build this society no woman wo better than build this society until they have to feel protected as I say a ma ho to wo they be no so say ye be discourage you see say adwuma ni ho na ho kire wo ho a eya na adwen no de wo ne na nenam inti ye be ma ye ma no so edi wo ho ni ba nyoma ye be ye socially ye be ye places ama betumi akọ e ma nko a o pese wani nyi kra mpo na o pese wo city center ko peduani bi di na wo hwe movies wo tena ba bi dua bi ase na wa odwodwo ho a be ma bi ani ho be ha wadwene be bi kra wo saa ye be ma wo
me that's so answer my question.
Hospital for women cry the be ba me ko fi quarantine
That's it.
and And you want me came with you. Or it's not your mama because obey no man can say your mother the good idea about because your plans in your mama fan what dressing the cacano dear.
But your what you need to be over mummy and you would see an in and it's you pa.
Mate, you know you have me saying council ya no ma no ma na
Mother, so when you answer a clear one.
The patch wine, patch no one and me do something that's it.
Yes, that's all like no one share.
Patch you.
Okay, yeah, that's it, baby. I mean, I feel Nana ya.
Yeah. Madam was any opportunity and asa kunya na akamensa no. Ye papa eyi nsemu nyina no bibiri. Meji di se ye mpenifo ya abetena kunya esu no. Dudu na so ba ha ombe yi ano sa pepepe. Now my question is ye mpenifo nyina bako ahyebo akansendede egwetrim se de wo ka ne pepepepepepe. Me say mema mo ho atomo mema mo say me say ni akopija omaba so kusiaga. Now question in particular is the uba kunyano so as a president na editu na mawi na nyoma wo share boss obe ya maye na wanya wa maye ho anto ya tumi be na yeye wa ebitimi aka kire ose papa wa share bo we ni so nti sifom asa tumi ni betimi aye adwuma ampana we sifom yehia sa ade no
to me a wo ha ne say mo be vote to me out me de me ka ho no say me ba the what here me per se me ba be remove exemptions e wo ho protect the president no nti bibia me ba be ye no mo betumi de afaso de prosecute me because me need protections bia me need exemptions bia but moma menka asem we nkyere mo said ye mo benya mo bete enioma se eyi na tie ne se obia waba ha wabe kam enioma promise mo na no de no akasa na obia ni hono ma oka se obabe change constitution obia ni hono ma waka se obabe eradicate corruption obia ni ho a waka se obabe institute a national development plan inti obia nte se me but the memeka mo beti ase ne se mo a mo wo platform isu sei semuna munim aduane ye na meka se obia fa ne recipe for jollof mra ye na ye de recipe ne beba no ebe about the same but eno nkyere se adwene e wo utirimu a wo de ye jollof na eye pe recipe ne de ebe the same because there's only 1 or 2 or 3 ways ye de ye jollof Inti obi but I'm from phone to mute my why na noise room. Nana for phone to mute yes so. Inti se wujina chire na wo hwe obi a recipe abeka se o now se mu na recipe na epe mo jollof na ne adwuna mu digina jollof na chi na epe so na nye no kore recipe no could be the same but adwene a yede ye jollof no enyepe nti se muba you granted mubetumi akase oh ofi okase de yateda na nanado bae mahama bae ba umia be kan de nti wonso there be adwene behind it na different nti mpese me make this clarification no because ye na jollof ene ye ba be but kwan a yede be faso no na ye different.
Okay, that's it.
Meso medawase ne anuye. Question here me panis a question. Yeah, can the infant to baby answer. I wish you all the best.
Thank
Yes,
you.
yeah,
Okay. So Nana J and Grant.
No, me just say me buy
Grant J. Adam Sana.
Yes, me buy a
Okay. Okay, this question.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Prante. Because me who now say no, me chom cry me ba. Me who say why ya samna no pa me de say we your man wa umo who say na difference no esete no. Me question back on so no e wo ho. Kwan be na obefa so a Ghana ni baby obekọ bia no on bet ma respecto. Who say of Ghana. Yes, because wow, as some I can win now. And Rasi, Crawford baby, normal frame is say, or more a man on her, normal passport, Ghana, Ghana and business. I a problem. They are more catching and say, my emo ni powerful from number no friend or no one in Casa. Now one child cry our first over no passport. Now I ask some way a new papa me see. Aden, hey? Say, the second question is say, my second question also be a economic run in the way more, and I'm out for can oh. Why some back all come, Mamma to the palace. Quite ben over first one, conform what is our office in Kiteno. And you
say, they were claiming take question no,
I Adams, o question no man clear man.
Yeah, but first
one so 3 hours.
First one, Mate. Second one, what's today?
Okay, second one, me see. Kwan ben over first one, Yemfan say, Ghana for Mokrano Moba. Ne ye kwan omofa so echinchi omonsa no mo delay normal no na ompese normal no omofanti no normal yamfa ne say abaduru normal abaduru yamfa say abaduru be ye Friday because who nim say day na kana Sunday ni Saturday omunya adwo nipa ba Monday kura no ombe ye kwan abafa so ombe delay no na kan be kosoro nipa na ntima yi pe no ma fa no ma no kwan be no be fa so na sa no mo we so no aso be twa na Ghana for hu to mo kakra because wo woni say nimre ya ye ni de ye tofri amano ne ba no e do so say de yanka se product de asama o kan so ye me de pa so person wo sa si free agriculture say ya yanka se bit manye bia di no
Adam's money new question no more.
Yo, okay, money ya.
Mr. Okay. What the question I say?
Osei. Matthias.
Okay.
First question, no. Ghana respect, it depended on first how government, of Ghana treating their citizens. Any inshisheye odiegu amanema. Mostly, Sanyama 4 now, a rano by any baby sayeno. Children, women, disabled, any elderly. And she say, why ye go aquem when I'm Ghana, baby, I've been now down for. Ade. As I say, ye fa woman, every quam, ye jar woman, ye do go baby, a mom made any tea, hot meals 3 times a day. Sundays, nebia, obia, we music artists, biano, uba. O tax break ni bi ne say wo be kosa places yi no akoye show ama wo mo akobo nnwom ato nnwom gospel singers yi enye say mo TikTok so a mo ye de mo ye so inti obia na medical staff e hwe wo mo ne emma won be wo place a ebi obo bi wo ho no wo how mu na okọ place bi okọ a onya professional help enye onu no tua because ultimately ni so obani di ye an obewo akola no so be di ye na obeye a citizen and an asset to the country. Well, nti esi enya counselors a womo counsel and ma we bia womo problem womo kunu womo boyfriend womo wo how mu saa nneɛma no nyinaa yɛni bi kurom ha yɛwɔ bia meminim nti saa nneɛma no na ɛkyerɛ sɛ ɔman no nim nyansa mpanyimfoɔ no nim nyansa a wɔmatoto nneɛma agu hɔ ama ɔman ma yɛni bi kurom ha obi tumi nya accident na wayɛ traumatized obi amfii no wɔn sɛ n'adwene no wɔyɛ sɛ ebi obi kura awu wɔ ne family mu yɛnni counseling ne ma no ɛsɛ saa nneɛma no nyinaa yɛyi fie ase kura mpo a ɛsɛ yɛ counsel waa ansa na yɛgyaa waba society mu so saa nneɛma no nyinaa ɛsɛ sɛ yɛyɛ ɛno na ɛkyerɛ sɛ yɛwɔ mpanyinfoɔ no wɔ adwene pa ɛma yɛn nti ɛno nso na te sɛ Ghana ni bi ayɛ stranded Ghana ni wo bɛ stranded me sɛ mo deɛ mo hwɛ Ghana fo wɔ aburukyire baabiara a wɔn feel sɛ you've had enough wopɛ sɛ ɔbɛ fie no yɛn yɛbɛtua kanea bɛfa wa bɛ fie me na meka kyerɛ on the government no yɛsika yɛbɛtua kama wo wa bɛ fie Ghana ni wire stranded wɔ baabiara no you call an embassy yɛbɛyɛ arrangement come home we are Ghana ni ba me say wo kɔgye American visa wo yɛnya
Mr. Apanya Kofi answers no one very good answers I think that you are on one yard being condition but another big deal and any penina and we are say on better was say na nye nipa nyina so na so beti omwase bia ne hawa otenase masefo ne wonso wonsem na kwaye ne a eda wani so ana si wani so a opese wo de bedi dwuma de so oman Ghana na me question me ya me pese me bisa no abusuafo mpacha mo beba pese me bisa wo question bi se eya oto a unya nuhu bi se nkrofo keka se wadi na so o citizenship from America to Ghana eya unya nuhu bi se wabeto Ghana said ya yen politics se ne esitie yi ne Ghana for se de o ya dwen se ne esitie obi tim ka se wo de bo kra to the party atade hye na meto ama obo no abo akora meto ama no ohwe the kind of nkrofo a wo wadwen pese obeso mo sei na omo ma omo ho kwan na wadi now so o citizenship no ya unya nuhu bi ana
Debbie so be aka say akwa we wadwen adwuma but you before me make a decision no me bo ho pa ye che ena me justify say a bibia ye internal and spiritual say na ese me ba fie na me be ye saadi we because manya nka me ho ntomeda nti me ko American embassy kra say me de wo mo nkrata akoma wo mo bisa me say me ye correct ana woman farmer me woman nye se ko na sambra me ko by 3 times and san wom de mama because wom say e bia na madwen enye correct so inti minim se obi afiri se o na Kofi de pa ne kan minim se babusia for bi di matem but not one day na I regret it not one day and I may regret say me yes sir the we ade we be kwa kosi bia no me pene so but me nya regret e wo mu say me yes sir it would have been my personal sacrifice for my country say I'm for be we me passport oh that's him now okay yeah Ghana ni ya hwan na be kwa America Ernest me catch you say ene me draw na baumia say obia obeye president obia wo Ghana card bia no obema wo enya visa to America ne UK nam say fe baby anadwe wo nam say me be president more than a reduction of 500% people never back to Ghana. Nipa befria bruchire aba Ghana. Obi anko. Mr. Modiamohe.
Honestly, me abaya oba all present citizens in free cronuma.
They say how?
Like I said, it doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah.
Okay. I said, about Lady May or Asana.
Monya, but my question I come back when no because the cost of funny San Nomana Modibano. One will say Monya, but no
question
okay.
Here.
The question the car no and it's import charges are 1 more year near deno. Minia,
why am I first one delay normal?
Okay, first of all, no, young pet any will be beer. Ubia because a coffee a day de beer, you can be our answer. Muntio, who call me website so also. Your friend of diaspora secretariat. It is a Ufia man on a bagana. So, Upe say ye shiao now you're to tone your ma. You bet you the best airline, the best sea line as they say we use you. Ye be mao certified carriers ne agents a woman be you nyoma ye no woman ye juma ye be ma required discounts. Inti when nyoma no enko delay report will be piano will be tia now adia ba kwa men kan kire mo no so ehye enyomum se obia already more than 7 years wa buchi no bagana no import duty on ubi bia de beba ubetia 1% for nyoma and only administrative processing fee. Untia can be a free. Untia, where the 7 years
as a permanent stay or for listening.
But unya sadia not once in a lifetime. Inti say Uba wako di 7 years or more. Now Uba untia. But Uba now say oh say the Kufiba ya Ghana ye de mensanko namako share me nioma me how far me nyeske bi me could do America now ban out the nioma badia ubichia. But wako tena ho ache no wo bagana untua hwe 1% say the process of paperwork. That's it.
That's okay.
It is that charges ni we no bibi to say car wo de beba wo 1 car which me dia be free. Say second car no car 1 to 3 years untia duty wo older than 3 years and I'll be duty. That's if it's a second car, but 1 car there any untia.
Okay, and yeah, Adams, ma Lady May, Umbra, now, miss another question. Lady.
Yo. Meteha meti nsem bebre.
Bye bye.
Meteha na meti nsem na. One thing you see, we want Ghana to be well, Kofi. Yeah, I hope you know what you are signing up for. And I'm sure living in America for that long, with your experience in whatever you did back in America and also what you are actually finding out right now. No, I hope say what you are signing up for. And I hope you are genuine to yourself. Even American even American president has some level of doubt to be and not too sure because nipa and no nema too good to be true because they are practical things as a way. Your promises are more than what is going to generate money, and to me it scares me a little bit. Akwe said the same thing we heard from Akufo-Addo because Mamika Semicho, you are downplaying a 24-hour economy, and I'm not really sure why. Akufo-Addo hated everything about Mahama that he didn't even want to open up a school that was completed. You also said no president has ever promised 2 things. It sets you apart. Say
3 things. 3 things.
Okay, 2 things for me. The rest of them, it has been said by other people before, which is nobody spoke about the Constitution. and I think so. You are going to eradicate corruption. I think all the presidents' corruption, Kufuor said it. The issue of constitution, I'm sure you know, and you've been following NDC, because if not, you would not have even put your proposal through NDC. Say they did a constitutional review. So, and then the 24-hour.
What's that mean? A constitutional review. What does that mean? It doesn't mean anything.
A review is where there is an issue, specific area of the Constitution, and I'm sure you understand it. So we're having a very constructive as well as intellectual discussion here. So I don't want to downplay anybody, but I'm saying it as it is. Constitutional review is a constitutional review.
Yeah, but the facts, the facts, and also me, I'm going to push you to it because I expect you to hold me responsible, such as here. Indeed, a constitutional review. Okay, they had a constitutional review. I didn't see now one more. I changes. No, do you know?
Because I know, say you know, so say it wasn't just NDC, and now obetimi make it just like the national we are planner almost My point is, when you downplay there must be something just like the 24-hour economy. I will say it's not going to be, but you are saying say eventually, as you set a plan or you go on this route, which is what is already there. Is there anybody who can or did anything that was never around before, such as cocoa didn't depend on cocoa, farming did not depend on it, lithium did not depend on it? Who actually did something right, such as that 24-hour economy now? It will give an opportunity for Ghanaians to create that demand. Now we say who creates the demand? The country creates the demand. If you read China for how they made everybody rich in that country and created a demand to do and to duplicate any brand name biara and to turn even kitchen to manufacturing now. How else would you create a demand if you don't start it? So my point to you is that when you downplay everything, it's a bit scary to think, say you are coming and going to continue. I'm sure they've done something right. Even a Kufuor did not do something right. According to the followers, Nyama we kukobo ne toilet until you are going to continue, at least to say you are going to do something that would benefit the average Ghanaian person. A 24-hour economy is not a bad thing. It's not only Ghana for and a baby. There are other African countries who are running a 24-hour economy. So my point to you is that how is it, or how will you dismantle everything? Because that's the way you sound. Say, there was nothing good, but you are going to, just scatter everything and then start it afresh. Looking at Ghana economy right now, how are you going to do that? And where is the funding? How are you going to generate funding? Because you can't tell me it's a farming, because the resources even to ensure we have a farming, sustaining the country is not even there. So my question to you that how are you going to continue knowing that you are really discrediting everything else that anybody has done, including the 24-hour economy, which you say you are going to do later? It's the same thing.
All right. So a couple of things. So obviously, I want you to pay attention because you don't seem to be paying attention to what I'm saying. So I want you to pay attention.
That's an insult. I'm sorry. I'm paying a real attention.
No. Because if you are, then I did not
respect you.
No. Listen. Said your kind. We're having an intellectual conversation. So I'm taking you from that level. So, if we are truly having an intellectual conversation, you shouldn't get offended by this because it's not an insult. A couple of things. Meka said you can't legislate a 24-hour economy. What argument in it said, as I said, 1 year 24-hour economy, not a creative demand or production ever. That's not how it's done. A factual. As I said, 1 year production, no. Now production exceed the parameters are, it goes into a static expanded walls, no, now I call ABR 10 hours, 12 hours, 14 hours, 20 hours. As demand now will expand the hours of production because there's demand. But you can't think that demand nini ho may conquer 24-hour economy. Now me 24-hour economy now demand in the that's not how it works. Number two, by TNE. 30% of the country lives under 5 cities or less. 30% of the country. They make 5 cities or less. So, inti wokoye BB now set up a production line now. You expect them say for ebeto say sika any system numa woman to me ento. Inti wo first order ne say obema currency aye fluid ewo economy num sika beba na amanfo atumi use sika na eno na akoso demand. Because obia wo ye bibi with the hope say menkoye no binto wo bra demand na en ni hono ubeboka because they say we store near no there is liability of say we produce ade na obia nyina ho so obeto we bread now the go after it starts decaying after 24 hours if not sooner. Inti when you be a meton in tema you can shelve it for a week. So, inti enkrofo ba store wo mu bi say hey akua wanye brodoi onye brodoi now say okay now we increase some no from 1 bag to 1.5 bags now they put 2 bags till say e be do baby a wo production but want to make koye brodo ni nwo nwene say say me brodo e de nti no my brodoi nipa beba beto wo be boka. That's the point that I'm making. Another thing. And you say bibia ubi ayeno. And only Ghana for how we think and how we are programmed. We don't evaluate Nyoma for the real worth. As I'm American say, it's simple. Now you are putting a lens on into the American idea assembly what assembly American. You're not evaluating it for the worth American. 24-hour economy. You can't have a 24-hour economy without having mass transit. All the economies are one more 24-hour economy. The number one thing that the Chinese established, answer one more yet 24-hour, one more yet build an economy period no was transportation, roads. You need roads, miniaba. You need roads. Una mabubulushia, ukana, and then last week, menam abubulushi, me ball joint, book, ne pie, me crack truck, ball joint in a pie because of bumps. Inti, one new roads, not when your connectivity, you cannot have a 24-hour economy. Period. You can't say, oh, a good idea. You can have all the good idea, but you have to have the infrastructure in place to make it work. And Nuntina, let me tell you, if you, Momami can't say me, okay, Inti, how do you measure development? Development comes in housing, healthcare, employment, education, transportation, telecommunication, security, recreation, markets, retail, and a functional central business district. Sanyoma 10 year me buboyi. Wow, wufa penny ya wutrui. Catch me in the last 67 years, forget 32. 67 years, dear hina government buy na etumia ye one, mame one power metumia. This is the measure for development of a nation. Mame 1 out of Sanyoma 10 year catch them. Not even one. There were problems with our sector see now. Internet say there is something wrong. Say if an NDC ba MPP ba now on to me for 1 out of Sanyoma 10 yinka say at least in me 8 years now my yes sector my Gina. Then you don't know what you're doing. Plain and simple. And I'm not going to come here and sugarcoat stuff because me BB make a fact. Inti enya about me mpe we asem na we ya de no anye ni ye me ba ha me metna no nka se wa ye ni ye wa anye ni ye a wa anye ni ye. We are all learning. So and I mean ma ha no nka se
Ernest, me pacho. Ernest, me pacho. Obetimi ama be
Pacho,
wa
me
ko
say ha to do.
Makama because me were adwuma mu.
Okay.
Me gina say how much do Mr. Mo.
Me subject mama 1 minute pen am.
Nana de I'm say mpacho abi am not owadwum na I'm so di kan
Okay, Manikasa Matias. Okay.
Mr. Kofi Michiao, I hope so.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And the program, many Joanna can be said meet me time journey pa, but we were momentino. If you try to see, mean you. Now, me was some few questions. I'm person me busao. My first question to you is, Mahu say, Omano da wakuma swa, the rate at which Omano kono, opese u stepping in na u save you Omano. My first question to you is, say, when your opportunity be a president, me pese me who national development plan, 10 to 20 years plan, vision for Oman Ghana, from 2035, 2045 going. Dear na opese Ghana, how you want us to see Ghana, your vision, and yama o diegu kwamba, at least from 2035 to from 2024, 35 to 2045, how Ghana is going to be.
Okay,
my
good.
second question to you, my second question to you is, said your mind that wakuma swa, the way animesi kwa ninja hui. In case we be and go the way yesi peno na NDC and na MPP ba power. Na omo share the way omano da wakuma swa, omo offer any position bia. Are you willing to join? I mean, say a ministerial position, a CEO and as a director, and as a BB or bit me a year bo man. Now say obey willing to accept the offer to you know which sector and I will feel say yeah the home you do your best. Not what demonstrate Ghana for say any purple man power man and that will come so per se obo man. Now how well you can help to obey man. That's my second question.
All right. Into real quick, Minya Bema, Abiam, say Obi Belfie, na Obi Ripu Yere, Ripu daughter, na a year after Bano Becase, oh, Abiam, me de Adriania bro, my bro upon Chikra Kaho, Cow, Pedocra, my Sandy, and Wakahoa. Will you sit at the table and eat with that person, or you tell the person to get out of your house? You probably shoot the person. What will you do?
I mean, to me, it depends on your friend is saying the emotion.
Simple question. Simple question.
Mr. Kofi, my question now, me two questions. Answer me question with question and answer the. To me,
maybe self simple.
It depended the situation. If I have no choice than to, accept that offer and mess of idea, I will do.
Wow. Okay. All right. So so then that makes us two very different people. Maybe they tell the truth. Obia or rip him about or rip him a year no or your enemy for life. Inti, I can't sit at the table and eat with him. I can't take any offers from him. So
okay. And that brings me to my final question to you. Said the Awo can say Omoye enemy, both NDC and MPP enemy. We are West as president. You have to work hand in hand with these NDC and MPP people, especially when it comes to the parliamentarian and our Uchusu MPs. No, are you going to work with these Crawford or Otago or enemies? Because NFA Emrano share say at least 2/3 of all ministers they should come from the parliament. Now also only any parliamentarian. How are you going to work with these people?
Okay. So and your different. Well, question now beside two-ended. Number one, say obi or family BB, and I have an option to say no. Me and I so. Say me be a president, I have to work with gays and lesbians and murderers and ubia so long as I say Ghana for. I don't have an option. But what you know say. Inti that's the difference. Inti o question now I just want you to understand o question. Inti because baakono offer no dependent on me. And based on my value system. When you come to serve as a president, it has nothing to do with the wo pe wo ye oman ejuma. As I say, now the ejuma. That's the difference. Well, first question, say, how am I going to build a national development plan? And I'm priority in building a national development plan. Nyoma 10, housing, healthcare, employment, education, transportation, telecommunication, security, recreation, markets, and a functional central business district. Sanyoma way nebeye contained in the National Development Plan for the next 20, 30, 50 years in my government. Question answer.
So me to ya and yema abubo bosi. You say, how are you going to tackle each sector na usikaya na? Because talk is cheap. Se unyenya to me na ubetini atna se akasa, but the moment na obeso inya ubenya we no. Nyama bebre besisa different ideas ni different friends and techniques ni we beba. So how are you going to do all this animal way now? Okay, not just talking.
Okay, a very good question. The TN said, so long as we establish the person I want in Kasano character. You see, 2024 election, no, two things: character and the economy. Inti na me catch me say Mahama doesn't have character, Baumia doesn't have character, Chamantin doesn't have character because we made him thrown actually Ghana for the last 32 years. So inti they don't even have to even be qualified, considered for that position here. Number one, inti enone a year they starting. Now, number two. Said your worker say, how am I going to work with them? No? Why not? Yeah, the systems near they baby juma.
Now me
Systems
patrol also sabotage because NDC MPP who idea be they will try to sabotage you. Omuya no team now then you face the risk of impeachment. You know.
The impeachment does not happen in thin air. Impeachment does not happen because what die and sorry and I'll work for to impeach you. As I said, we be a go against the constitution, a yes stipulated in the constitution and son impeach you. Me
patrol, simple one. Be a bills how they go are all expecting say or pass those bills no. Now we sound with signature. No, I'm so yeah. I know say the constitution gives you or grants you power to exercise your friends and executive action and executive actions no our limitation. And you know, saying anyone here, Juma, are you going to do all your job based on executive action? And how many times now be exercise this executive actions? Because you are just abusing your friends and that power.
No correct. No correct. To the extent that the constitution allows me to use the executive action, no, may ma emroso unreasonable. But the may say in every step of the way, no, I'll communicate with the people of Ghana for them to know what is happening. In this war parliamentarian now was the war Mwame, na yen several Ghana for no. I will campaign against you, say you won't free war, and they'll vote you out. Yeah, you'll be for fraba. So open this answer.
That works. I like that answer. And my final question is, who said 2020, or try you who quiet and crowful with ACAU free mo. My question to you is, how are you going to assure your followers or supporters? Say, a man for a year, interested on bed journey. Now, uncle Jijo, uncle Jomo Subreni. When you nipa, be a file for nomination, now. abodan for na with you free. I repeated the same thing happened in 2020. The assurance to your supporters in any sense. I mean, what proof or what show said this time? No, you're gonna get everything right at easy and play with you.
Okay, minimum that's it. For the first point, first of all, we didn't do anything wrong. Here said as I want to get that clear. Because woman 500,000 cities and some farmer and say musika. This was a pure decision by some interest group. We say yenyi min free mu. Enuntina a japadi deal mu page 26. Oko kanya we say yenyi Kofi Granting in free election num. Nyamina mitre japadi document na munko kind page 26. Inti it was bibi ana woma ya adwene say e be yi Kofi Granting e free. Inti de mema ye ne say any ye organization no de wo ho bi esese ye ne kwan esese ye fa so de me gina ha no entutu nkran ne mu sese but ya boy ho ya boabo ye ho ene ye de nam inti saa na entumi mabio
Mate, there are no as a na okandia because microphone e no omu deal no omu ye wudifo omu no e use no e de enrich omu ho enti no ombe ya de omu ya asema be ka just opa go to court so call omu microphone ya ni
oba kono na wo microphone na anwen wo mo say e twen wo we know
See me, I'm enjoying conversation and I wish I could meet that by my word mamu. As time goes on, no, we need to scrutinize you. I will say you share gem. Now you share how best you can come out because that's what Ghana needs. That's what Ghana needs. So
that's why we're here.
I mean, we're gonna get back to you again.
Yeah, that must say.
That's be so I'm opportunity no.
Yes, yeah, that's it. A T4 and 4
Okay, Mr. Question.
Ernest, what was Ramazon?
Na I Yusuf ma nana Jamie by a chair.
Me just almost get into a aweni. Me chair will be a
Mangana Hodun.
me chair will be na me o Berlin, Germany na dear Mr. Kofi Granting ken. Say obi oye we meaning Ghanaian bia ope o man ni ye o man da na koma so bia Nyankopon na dom otimi etu kwan ba Europe ha sa America say Asia minim whatever continent aside Africa now oba se senye sebia adwuma kakra obeya pesca nkoana obehwe se de abrofui esi manage wo economy human resource systems dear Papa Kofi Granting kai just a minute 100% sense 100% and I'm say Africa no say Ghana ye nyina ye Ghana ne ye was a weak mind ni bi sebio we dem pamcho ye nyina ne adwe no e wo form kakra because the dey atete na yes are two political parties no especially one more ye 1592 balance na mo start ato amamu two bi na 32 years ni enti e kwa mfa so de tete ye nti e se untu kwan a unim se amembo no nyama sebe makoye toilet makosi boho Messi classroom blog ba kubi ma enya no ni amamu eno kra de say eno enka ho bi eno de say e necessary say say o man ye e man citizens eno nka core mandate say obi bu o man no enka ho bi enti de papa yi ken obi asabi na adwen mu do ekwa chire pa bia wa betena botira cha onim say see the system that they build every nation, every country money developing. And just without us, never. Because at this time, say Obi wo la isu tiena so be kwa koto amama. Excellency former President John Dramani Mahama. Wabe through from assemblyman abedi MP, abe deputy minister, abe substantive minister, vice president, abe president. Na went me and Fagana na go see baby akotune 8 years. Was by just 4 years per million. Dear 4 years no de babe ya Ghana. 24-hour economy. You can't say 24-hour economy.
Nanaje, what is your question and submission?
Me they support it, man, because me say anytime I
Okay.
transfer
No, Yusuf, me abutre. Nanaje.
Yes, Minia.
Nanaje, shadi bi so
Ernest,
ha.
Adru Misuana. Ernest, Adru Misuana.
Osi nya abutre. Anya
Andrew
no
Miso.
nya
Okay,
abutre.
yeah.
So odi you respectful man tin nya abutre. Nanaje, I say Ghana your constitution no. Mr. Kofi wo hono. Oje democracy ni tum. Oje your constitution no. Eye den etum ntima okọ ase. Okọ se ye ntono so aba. One fa kwati kwan bi so say okọ akodi aba oman ne so. Constitution nkyerɛ sɛ yɛma obi 8 years, 4 years mandate. Ti Mr. Kofi, nsɛm a ɔka na ha nyinaa no, wo sɛ ɔhɔ ma twerɛ bi di ato me admea da ma koma so no me twerɛ. Na da menya no no, obedwa. Ɔkara akɔ 18 years. Yes, 4 years ne yɛ di ama no, 4 years ne. Sɛ obetimi agu ɔman na 4 years na yɛ di ama no. Ɛna ɔbɛkyerɛ sɛ papa yi ɔsɛ ɔbaeɛ no, asɛm ɔbɛka ampa.
Ernest, me paucho. Me maun kwechiri kwa. Dia ukeni nyina betuwase pepe. Me submission kakra me de support ne say. Eyampa winimsa Ghana no. Is governed by a constitution. Ya draft ya de ebu o man no. Eno oba be follow sa process no. But menya sure say obia betime de just 4 years or even 8 years no your money but so starting with a good note as Mr. Clanton Kano or my teacher institutions no policies are obeyama aye juma American honum say minia ye de obia kwotena so good American konya na obetimi because system ne check na ho but ye man no say I didn't know President Ba power on the bay electoral commissioner IGP. It just said, oh man, say party force ni ye BBN. Obviously, IGP now president when they elected no. Obeti me akwa arrest na obeti me I na court me
okay, Nanaje, what you now wahu. You say, I say per rules no Mr. Kofi. So why don't you say rules no? Odi na obaya nkama omo bisa question Mr. Kofi. Owie pe o say abre almost 5 hours. Nanka ono okope platform wo ma obetimi
Matimo say Mr. Kofi Kwante no Pato me kamela say no makombe pe Mr. Kofi Kwante obetimi onfa ne so TikTok ni bia onfa ne number ento dwa me follow videos because I've really respected this man. This is my first time I meet that. Maintain it, and I go for 20th of November. Me back and I say, "It's me for true." I'm omo everything more qualified say bit me to mama na. O me lene miniam ma no mu vote. I promise him that.
Thank you.
Mr. Ernest, I don't know, Sankamenya opportunity. Makasa.
Sergeant Ajet on Sergeant Sergeant.
Yeah.
Sergeant Ajet.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I was some question now maybe Sandy said. My friend saying, young my friend saying, what's in the crowd? Okay, Mr. Tiffy, young military, you know. How are you gonna build our military, you know, to protect our borders and any young coastal borders, you know?
Yo, Minya, that's it. Who say no? They are not equipped. Borders, them say close to 50 borders near 47 and Abibisa. As I said, yeah, equip use surveillance cameras, night vision equipment, no I tell you about an do or crano be anyhow because system be any honor, yeah, they check say more on duty, no, Marco Juma. So, as I said, infrastructure, war, and only make artificial intelligence, Uber Juma Mupe, Uba a logo on. Within about 5-10 minutes, we feel post pay alarm cause when the cameras get activated, you have to post that. So I'm going to make sure say we at the post we are with Juma. But one of the policies I hear Baba say we will enter into government. So we will enter into Ghana and we are cool as Nikrampa. As I say, or passport, no, as I say, we just or port of entry. So
Okay.
we just port of entry near my receipt in our the Benante. Now, or passports in the as I say, we just the documents in the police station near Kukipu. Now, we just deposit of 1,000 cedis, and 1,000 cedis, no time we do not say one major passports, and I know near the Barber initiative, say the better. Not and yet a cap and to government so. 1 month so they are any passport akaho. Wo ba na 30 days no work exceed 30 days now 1,000 cedis now on sanka. She said what your fees are a year required after 30 days no expiration no and sana on sabeka. Ni na no to tighten the borders and you say ubia pa udu border no we room. And na ubia wonam Ghana no so no. Yeah, integrated national ID address system now. System no be so tight to say you better to say that one more Dubai no UAE no eye recognition what the bus mukura na camera chow baby and be a camera chow na a detective say when you allowed to be in the country we illegal now nam kuna a bit informal the next your friend saying police post normal interceptor or baby I wouldn't be a
Okay. Okay. But the second question is, but to solve by present, are you gonna work with Kantanka to help build our
no doubt
our how do you call it
automobile industry no Kantanka yebemano
Nanka make a crash like agri system and farming agri system.
Initial no because you're behind time no. Inti yeah in fact contract no man because you here say you buy I say you started the Inti initial machinery no there you be import.
Okay.
But expansion no air cost no because you know the whole country. Now no yeah the be man no what you be commission no near man finance na what started government cars, vehicles are government be using now, no Kantanka no. Any other say in Crawford or Horma, yes, I know, but government and more into startups, no, not startup investments in the issue. Into the government, Ebwa will be na obestatia, na rebates, no, government they are making the money back. So if you had the 1 million amount, what they are starting company, taxes arbitrary every year, you better swap. Kopem say ube make you 1 million na dia ship. It is any better.
Okay, my other question is friends saying schools now like village areas concrete so patas and those kind of stuff, Are you gonna go there and help them build a lot schools and those kind of stuff? Any are we gonna go back and speak our own dialect in schools now?
Okay, dialects in the best sound for every region piano language a dominant to honor any be promote, but ye in conjunction with English and account. So
okay.
But in terms of say schools, no town via village via schools SSA will be and say upgrading immediately.
Okay.
But no, yeah, ma start and yes, I did. The person will be who steps. The first step, a year priority is say you bet me a secure income.
Okay.
That the young couple into
Right.
the agriculture, into a bar, you throw money into schools and say you see infrastructure and focus with them.
Okay.
The best annual money, it has to come from us, not IMF. As I said, you to me generate this through the production and exports. Now, Sikane ban near the ban near the number one, housing and healthcare systems. Some schools nominate at the Yanyan Sape, ye bet misprioritizing and you may be your better.
Okay, Patrick, my last question is on South Korea at the age of maybe 15 and 16 is mandatory say omo back na mako training.
Okasa no for bo we pejam kakra ba ya why silent agenti.
No problem. Okay, South Korea for say like around 16 years old, a recruit for them to build our military, until military training, and then they can go back and work on their whatever they are doing, No. And now what am I making?
So you are talking
about national service. No, you're the best.
There be South Korea to say omudu certain age BR. So who ye juma or so nye juma, you have to go and be in the military. So your Bema, you have to go and they'll train you to be in the military, What an American?
The purpose being
service. The national
there's a
service.
reason here they don't call military now yet.
Oh, Sana, in the future, if there's any war and I say Bibisana, they can come and protect the country.
Yeah, a war country.
No, I'm just saying anything might happen. You never know.
Yeah, but it's not part of our plan. You buy and for develop technology, near catch it up, near start here making money. You can always come back to that if you have the money. Who could develop one crop for military? Sikaben adi ammunition, artillery, if we never. You first have to have the technology to say what will be developed on your man. Ne base here. Now, one man crop for develop. Now, what one more school now kushia de no. A bas woman here, fed one more kwa bruchia kushia na so one kwere. Sikeri niko.
No, I'm so question now. It's a question I want to ask Papa.
Okay.
Okay. My friend say America Hanum no we do some age maybe as we high schooler. They recruit you to train you, to get that military training, So in case if there's maybe certain war going on maybe our borders and stuff like that, or maybe there's ICC just to protect our country. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, make sure say the reason in South Korea and say there is a shortage of military personnel. So I say, any shortage of military personnel, and plus, you're a war country. Into who quiet na thing. And now catch them say, one more quiet say via a beba. Yeah, expect you to see a new biabeko. The and say you investing in your infrastructure and the technology. Said you very good. Now you do that point, not say a beba. We have the technology to develop. The American say we don't want to do it backwards. Say, oh, sorry, as part of curriculum, no, you didn't go for
No, just to get the country get prepared for anything that may happen, because you never know, anything might happen.
And I make a say, a war country, expecting war. As far as the borders, no, you be training personnel, no matter you ready or so. But say to get the country ready, no, and it's definitely not my priority. Say, man, collide now to school, no man, so
no, and your money now, whoever wants to join, and your money now, whoever wants to join,
America system, no, National Guard, no, who do 8 years, you recruit 2 National Guard, and you compulsory,
yeah.
So now in return, no, mama free education, no many perks, no be near day. So to say, open source start a business, no idea. And I make us say, no, be create benefits, no, for our citizens anyway. You don't have to go to school, say who say they call war. They make out say. Bibia piano, and yes, obia yensu ye bio. As I say, consistent with ye culture, any needs as a people.
Okay.
We're not gonna copy blindly, say obi yensu that's no need.
Okay, but one last question. Are you gonna build a Ugla field to produce our to make our electrical system better?
There are so many other ways that
Sergeant, I think question. This is the last question for you.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah,
and that's it.
And I'm saying, power generation, no, were in excess. See, your problem, no, and more power. Your problem, no, better management. See, and only the idea, tembiano, before you pay more. This whole idea with 24-hour economy is warped. And in I may cancer and say, and yes, we are 24-hour economy into efficient. No, in a small space, no brony peso or any BBI in a small space, no maximize the returns in such small space, that's genius. And yes, we will expand it. So we get 10 barrels a day. Now, we'll expand there. Won't find 24 hours just to do 20 barrels. No, 20 barrels, no, we'll cut 30 barrels, and you reduce the time from 8 hours to 4 hours. And when I just say you are using the technologies available to you to be outsmart, they make what I say.
Ernest, so it's maybe a question quick.
But Yusuf, my Yusuf Nkasa Obisa no question. Yusuf.
Opayini.
Bisa our question now. Okay. Yeah.
Me tears my bottle because no okay so the passport say oba some Ghana ni na but asem ba kwa person business say nyame ya no na ye to aba na se bia akwai say apai na se wo pese wo bo obi e ma no ba mu na ade a wo de ba nsem a wo ka no ye nim say ebu wo ye present sisi a ye nim say wo betimi abo obi a wa betra brochiri ahu nsa ne ma no nyina no ya na eni but ya no kra na omonka but na nado so no also yes we betra lending so be ne ma bebre nsema na nado be ma akope oba de obeka nsa but ono no da wi a also oba ne manya na wi ntino na mbie ne ho bi me sai akope wo from enti se si nyame ya adom na se obe president a enti omo di sika no aban mu nyina uno omo beko nsawoso ese udu omo kokot mo gina mrani ma na ase ubayen say wo shisa mrani nyina gu na wase ya start your life for because of say ya yinim say ne ma bibira akoso Ghana yinim say sika akodi kampa a yenti binka obi a oti Ghana bia na obi oti abrochire bia ni say kwai wo mfa so yusu ye sika ene dia de mfa na kwai because am yusu ne ma bi ntimi first camp ya de bi sa
First, road minister, I'm quite an answer. We can talk to more than the other. The cabby, ever Ghana was bad. You also are buying. Enti amanfo mo diska abai dada ne abai foforo ni na ntu ba wo do mo begina mra kwan mu anase wo be wa adwen se wo be form wa kasa because of say nyansa wo de ba ni wo be ja o ama o ma na nte o Ghana
obi amfa no hunni wudi sika na 1000 years kra na ebetumi achewa yebechewo
okay
nti yebeji enyesi ye chew keku ye ji sika wetua penalties near the watum account.
Okay, because I'm saying presently on this yes I ain't to fan of abroad so they won't be free by more abraham to be to one kwaya o fa so o fa sika bi ekoze yeah to one yere yanko
you see ya kan Ghana sem compared to abroad
no say na say bra na open man pa ina di short na abroad ono wa hu say ni krom edi ya say ka say di ya
but say as out here say na buy a program na ibetime nya ne post because you go check
question in your questions and long statement so they be able to be a question
because nya go check constitution in Ghana.
I know about him, but my question here is not about.
And the
no kwala.
Say yamia no kwanya na wo be mampanyi na se bi a wa ko parliament na se one before loss one wo no mu nyina be ya adwuma na bia wo be ya wo se bia me ne asimasi ama me parliament di no me no ya gba wo no mu nyina be nanti se ne Ghana wo pe Ghana yi ana se bia wo be ke se obi ka asema wo nji ntuma na se because of say wo parliament because enye ize wo ba fu frede ni se nyame adom na se o tim be bia enye de ya e beto jima kakra nti se wo betra
answer wa wo
no because you man can obi we ya e ba but obedru obey president na o mama obetra mp no ni pa no em no nti ono be ya adwuma because o ka say amanfo no mo tete ono mo yen
Yusuf question is say oba on both NDC MP no MPs no ono mbe ya adwuma na on ka say omo aba man nti ono mo yen adwuma that's all Mr. Kumeya
Mbacho many obi abe adwuma
Ernest Andrew Miswana
may a president of the nation
Andrew Miswana
my name is Austin we are
May a president of the nation, may a president of a select group of people. So, inti one person support to no, they will be support to till say the moment I'll cross line, I'll be a president. Na SAS groups will be a one. Ganani. That's it.
Okay.
Now, ube minister say,
10.
Okay.
No question is simple. That's it. You see, that's it. Man. Doctor, can me ama.
Me was obey minister. Me creator.
Creator. Doctor, say president. Osei amfa rules and regulations in the argument. Aha. Entinesa. Say Austin one. Nana Kwabna ena Nana Kwame when di kai
I'm about to me why
okay on the bisa question no
okay Kofi Krante boss me chia onwumre okay the yanko panse na me chia Mr. Ernest no so me nua maka wonyina na because the kakra me can say Kofi even though me Kofi me pewasem pa even though they me yana say we don't belong to the same political party. Kofi, even though we don't belong to the same political party, I'm a member of the Convention People's Party. but me pewasem Kofi me pewasem ankasa me dese Kofi one day I will see you ruling this country me pewasem pa the bia anonymous platform no so a na me campaign ma even though we don't belong in the same political party there me kakra me can say yakopon boa o na de wo bia anye yi ma na radin kan me de be me ya na say 2024 semi court me GP pa na me hu mama na me hu ba omi also na me hu Kofi Kurant also a na Ghana democracy abewie na no Caribbean Ghana democracy. There's no way Baumia and Mama can match you any day. They are not your class. I'm telling you for today, they are not your class. Nim DNA di bo man. I'm telling you what I say. Now man no crane na committee say Baumia concept man. Look at what he say in no be yeah. What I say, but man no crane nim tino ya da Kofi. I me ma we ho. Shawoden. Kofi pelu ya obele. What I say. Na kakra busa say Kofi Basim Busa say oh yeah capitalist candidate and now socialist and now communist.
May a hybrid candidate.
The patch say
May a hybrid candidate.
the patch
Hybrid say my papa woni name na makani na abum na me dey Ghana.
oh okay. And tina mesra say nka said ya woka no me ma futu kakra me ma say nka eya no wasua mo about Sadio Fonkroma Lumumba mo ne Thomas Sankara ma no mo socialist na mo tin develop mo country no na mesra say nka wetin mesua so mo said that bi no wonya akonya na obeka Sadio Funim di abom Sankara nim di abom Lumumba Tafa Abalewa of Nigeria nim di nyina abom wetin ma chire Ghana ma Ghana aye krabehwe nti mesu media kakra metina kan no nyame kan o me respect you so much
Yeah, that's it.
nyame kan o pa
Sure.
na nyame yeah okay
That's the that's
and that's about okay
Nana Kwabra
Yeah,
my question
Ernest, did Nyami Shop, Ubojuma, moderating kama Nyami Shop. Potential president. That's how I'll call you. Potential president. When him say, you can't say, yet China yeti ukasa. Questions are you beside who say, Ubia only faith in Ghana biano tiwa. You know, say, Wakuma toyem. Say, how come say we've got such intelligent people? They know what they are talking about. Otu mre no wachresie. So I can say, Andra Echi, you witness a Labour consecutive candidate or more year debate one-on-one. And you could see, say, Obia Ekanasem general, Obisu ye specific. The message on is the last time you share a platform, we can be beach show. And only question I may say because I have number and also. And I want the whole people to hear me ask you that question. Ebeye me yase, I'm planning say come election no, meti me aba beto aba. But di kan wasem, mu yi nipa mienu, and for now me ma beto me hat. One cheddar. Last time me catch you, say, mumienu no, mu ye the answer to Ghana state a Ghana womu CCA. Mumienu in particular. Because mu ye the answer to the cry of the youth. And the youth also the church mind. Youth, when you go to people coming from universities, polytechnics, and these are the people who are struggling now. They are crying because nothing is working. What must I say?
A question and a submission.
Yeah, maybe beside the question, when the question maybe bisano, maybe
submission that come
on. Say, add one cheddar, mumieno. Do you have any idea? And I said, would you accept, say, it would be good, say, mumieno no, mubeti me a joining force. Nothing ya, beya youth ninko say or move votes. Now almost for 2 million comment PPP ni NDT. What are you going to do about that? So opportunity neba say mumieno mon joining force. Because mo kabo ma mo be too strong. Do you think say to be something or a bar or be say yes to it? No, so I add the intia. My first question on the medawase.
Yo, minya obia owo odo Emma Ghana to say the cheddar I show no. I am willing to work with them. So, inti non-negotiables in number 3 no. Change the constitution, eradicate corruption, institute a national development plan. Because me believe we say obi a opese oye president awanye sa nyuma miensa no Ghana entumi enyina nenaso. Nti so long as say Cheddar or anybody else say oye willing to consider sa nyuma there, I'm good to go.
Okay, Nana Kwame.
I'm good fellow.
Nana Kwame. Ona uko. Ufura na Dr. Aba. Dr. Aba na
okay. Mr. Ernest, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Kofi Cranton, Pachamechiao. Now you speak directly to the people. I really admire you from the one I meet you on TikTok. Now, I also admire the fact that living in the States, I think it's a dream for most of us. Now, at this stage of your life, I know there are still some things that you could have explored or benefited from living there. But I mean, what so say Ubeba Ghana na Ababeboa Emutimemufo ni enso enya ahoto. Pacho me crowd the main questions because when say we the people must first give you the mandate before say the when you saw the no what my inside the account. Now what I really see say the people or Ghanaians, most of them really need change, but they don't have the confidence in their candidates of their choice. Say, obetimi amassing up the numbers to win an election, of which it demotivates a lot of people. We want change, but I think the candidate Bakubia does not say the message, it's not even about the message, but he's not able to not to can become impressed, but it's not impressed. But the people do not come to give him the mandate to beat me, they override the other political parties. Now it's me in your presidency now. Pacho, me busao. I think it will be beside my question now, but I want to re-emphasize on it. Say, in case, no, not Pacho. Can we have some?
Only there alarm this as who make sure I so who said me no be afraid me who's in an next only nana